Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. Here comes the recap. I will make after a while the top line, so go ahead and pause. And pause. There's your recap. And we begin the session.
YouTube.
You can say
Hi,
hello to YouTube.
The next day, we're going to give our heroes some much needed downtime. So they're going to begin this session the evening of day 59. There's an opportunity to summarize anything that your characters might have done during that day, or do any final evening sendings, or communes, or whatever else, before day 60 is upon us, which is the day that Countess Marina and her entourage are planning to leave. So, yeah, evening, day 59. What are we doing, if anything?
Rasa would finish a letter. I just haven't had the brain cells to put it together personally.
You can email it to me anytime you like, and I will put it in Marina's pocket.
Okie dokie.
It is sealed, and no one knows what it actually says right
Exactly.
now. I know Dusk has some. Basically, commune is definitely on the menu for Dusk here. There is that.
That's
I mean,
actually
I guess
as
I'll.
well. So I don't know if you want to. I don't know if you want to collaborate with Snaps on what to ask
Oh,
goddesses.
yeah. I'd probably. Yeah, Dusk would definitely. You know. You know. Just had a plan to sort of go back to the theater at night and just sort of sit amongst what was there and sort of commune, as if that would help, but just as a sense of it. And Snaps is more than welcome to join, but it would probably be like not quite midnight, but pretty close. That was his plan.
Zips might just stay at the homestead, but yeah, she might say she's going to ask a couple questions about the dragon and blurry guy.
Right, perfect. Well, if you want to go first, that way and then Dusk has taken sort of to late night wanderings around Dybrook. Not quite like a night watch, but sort of a patrol of sorts. He's done it in other places occasionally, but here he feels particularly protective of the people and will shift his hours a little bit. Probably sleep in a little bit, skip breakfast to some degree, but rake up whatever bacon's left over.
Uh,
Uh,
I will always make sure that there is bacon left over.
that's a fair point. You never know. But
Can go ahead
if
and
we
go
want,
first.
I was gonna say, if you want to do your commune, if yours would be earlier in the day than his turn doing it.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that.
And you probably thought
Also
of
another
questions
just
I'm sort of shooting at.
kind of, yeah. I got a couple in the tank. Um, Real quick before that, the night before, during our bonfire, Snaps would have kind of slipped away, and she would have burned all of her third, fourth, and fifth levels doing sending spells back home. The text of those, the actual wording is not important. More what is important is who she spoke to and roughly what she said, which is she called Silver, Flash, and Guest. And two of those three at least have the ability to send back to her. So she's basically spent some time on the phone back home, telling them of her adventures, but also informing them of her intent to kind of stay away longer, stay with these people, um, stay with this clan that she has found, if you will. Because when she originally left the temple, she was like, "I'm gonna be back in a few weeks, like 2 months tops," because she didn't really want to leave. But I don't know if there's anything the DM wants to add to that in terms of their responses, but that was the intent on day, what was it, 58.
Name those people again,
Yeah.
please.
Silver, the high priestess, and then her dad's Clash and Guest.
Both Clash and a guest individually got messages?
Yeah. Well, they probably would have come together since they knew Snaps was calling home, but
Got it. And basically, you did not ask, you stated your intention to stay away longer than originally intended?
yes.
I'm gonna say, I think the High Priestess is probably proud of you for making a choice and going with it, and dads might be a little wishy-washy about it like dads would be. But ultimately, I'm
And
sure they would be perfectly fine with it.
she would return to the bonfire somewhat magically exhausted and slightly emotional, but that's it. She's called home other times and told them about these people and their adventures, but this was a little bit of a longer conversation both ways. Um, anyway, and then she probably would have spent most of this next day. What was it? What is it? 59, kind of on edge, hating that she doesn't know anything about what's going on, not wanting to use spells. So she is going to commune in the evening. Um,
I'm
she's going to
ready.
light some
This is a yes,
incense.
no, or vague answer from me, right?
Yeah, this is,
Okay.
let's see, she would have dropped Raise Dead and loaded Commune instead. Always the legacy spells, not the new ones. Yeah. Yes, no, or there can be an unclear, you might offer a short phrase. Um, anyway. Uh, light some incense, chill out, reach out to the Veiled One. First question, is it possible to turn the blurry guy against his master?
Um, I don't recall what it's like. Is this your first time to commune like this?
This is Snaps' first time to commune.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
really?
yeah. So I
Swinging for the
think
fences.
that, yeah, the experience
Well,
is new
found
to
me
you.
amusing, so yeah.
What's that?
Blurry guy found me amusing when I was
Yeah.
drunk messaging him.
So the experience of commune is essentially you settle yourself down somewhere and open yourself up to commune with the gray. Um, I imagine you would at first, in starting the process, feel a bit of a chill in the air, and your vision might go foggy or blurry or misty as though a veil had lowered over your eyes. And then I imagine, rather than waking up in the gray, you would simply experience an alteration of your vision so that it appears as though you're looking into the gray, but there is still an ethereal version of the world around you. So if someone were to walk up while you were in the midst of commune, you would see that movement. So it's not like you'd knock, you know, tip over dead and she's dragged you out off into the gray to chat. But more of a, there is a connection there and it affects your vision in some way. Um, and you ask and pose your first question about whether or not the person you refer to as Blurry Man could be turned from his allegiance to or alliance with the dragon. Is that what you said?
Yep. Whoever his master is,
Whoever
Bramont,
his
or
master is.
like I said,
Okay.
because he seems to be answering to someone, but his life is more important to him than mine. But he finds me funny, and I'm just curious to know if there are any other chinks in the armor. Is it possible?
Your connection with your goddess is, I mean, it's there. It's pretty strong. But you're only communication with her directly up to this point has been her dragging you into the gray to chit chat in person.
Yeah.
So I imagine you're going to get a verbal response.
I have done
Um,
divination, I think, but yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to give you a
Yes.
verbal. Many things are possible.
Okay, not surprised. Figured I'd try. This is 3 questions, I think. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Next question. Is the potential egg thing the only thing the dragon wants? She's trying to get a sense of, is it still a threat after we give this egg to Ashtarinian? Are we going to be safe after the egg is gone?
You're going to get there are many roads to all destinations have many roads. Most destinations have many roads.
Makes sense, especially since her realm is like something of a crossroads between life and all of the various realms where the dead go. Yeah. Okay. I need to get more specific for my last question. Thank you though for the answer. Is the dragon that attacked the Southern Theater currently within 10 miles of Dybrook?
That is a very specific question. One which your
Perfect.
DM must check into. Please hold.
Please hold for DMing.
Currently within
Let me
10
start my
miles
mind
of
math for
Dybrook was
tonight.
your question?
Yep, within 10 miles of Dybrook.
Cool, cool, cool. So that is that is that is a certain but not emphatic. No, not within 10 miles.
I mean, dragons can fly pretty fast, but I can unclench a little bit and I will tell Dusk my answers. Thank you very much, my lady.
Does go be nursing a drink over the fire, and you just got to download this information. Like, okay, I think I can maybe work with that. I
Anything
can build
inspires
off
you
that.
for your chat with the Moon
I
Maiden later this evening.
yeah, we'll see. You never know. Between answers from the gray and the answers from the moon, I'm sure we can triangulate something useful one of these days. But I'll do my thing later, and I'll tell you in the morning. Just enjoy the night.
Okie dokie. I think that's all Snaps had.
Sorry, repeat Snap's last question for me.
Is the dragon that attacked the Southern Theater currently within 10 miles of Dybrook?
You got an emphatic no. Sorry, I did
Okay.
bad math. I misheard your question or did bad math. One or the other.
Okay.
You got an emphatic no.
I did not shit myself.
You did not.
Okay.
It's 11 miles away. Ha Had to get out the slide rule.
Okay. So that's one nighttime activity on day 58 or day 59.
Yeah,
59,
overnight.
Begins the evening
or
of
the
day
night before.
59.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that night after dusk, here's what Snaps did for a commune.
Got it.
He's going to he'll invite Professor and or Foggy, you know, the moon boys, I don't know, the moon people, the moon bros, the
The
moon
moon bros.
peeps,
Nighttime sky people.
the
moon
moon and
haunts
boys.
you.
The moon bros.
The moon boys.
Andrew, stop it.
But it's like I'm gonna go for a walk over to the theater and sift through some more. Maybe try to find one of those charred pieces of wood. I got an idea.
Well, I will gladly let you find a charred piece of wood.
Sure, something from the fire.
Yeah.
But he can do commune as a ritual, so he's going to start off by trying to scry on the dragon, holding that piece of charred wood, thinking maybe maybe the dragon is sort of, by burning this, has imparted some of its essence in it, and it's worth a shot because there's no scales. We didn't recover any piece of the dragon, so the next best thing would be maybe something it's burned with its own fire. And he's going to scry on the dragon. And I'm trying to think if he would do it now because it's got concentration, so he can't. It would have to do a saving throw, right? So I can't boost my own thing. So yeah, never mind. It's a saving throw of 16. And I don't think I've met the dragon before.
Scrying on the dragon?
Yeah, scrying on the dragon.
You really putting me through my paces here. Give me a
Yeah,
moment.
no. I can't remember if I've ever met the dragon, I should say. I don't think we've ever seen it firsthand, have we?
We've never met a red dragon.
Or at least not knowingly. Haha.
Not knowingly. Yeah.
So I would leave that up to the DM to modify the save accordingly. If I don't know it well, probably. Well, unless I do. Haha. No.
All right. So it's this roll plus a saving modifier.
So yeah, basically the less I know it, the modifier that you roll goes up. So if I have only heard of the target, like right now, I think I've only heard of
him.
But
and
I'm
he gets
hoping
an extra 5. If you've met him in person, he gets no extra. And if you are only familiar with him,
right. Like if I were scrying
if
on
you
a
are
Rasa or
completely familiar with him,
yeah,
it reduces his modifier by 5.
correct.
I'm going to say you're relatively familiar with who and what his goals in life are to a certain extent. I'm going to go ahead and give you the -5 to his modifier.
Oh, really? Then there's also the connection aspect, which I'm hoping the wood was going to help bridge a little too.
Yeah, no, that would have to be an object that he actually owns,
Dang.
right?
I thought maybe it was like
Likeness
marking
or
his
picture,
territory.
possession or garment, or a
Okay.
part of his body, and it's none of those things.
It's not like marking a territory, situation
Yeah,
like a
no.
dog. No, okay.
Not really, no.
No dragon poop.
But I will give you the -5 to his modifier because you're
course.
relatively familiar.
Oh yeah.
And you know some shit that he's pulled. However, your save is a 16, and he beat that by a mile.
Okay. Damn dragons.
Even with all that
wisdomous.
shit.
So
Yeah.
wisdomous. So I get static, as I kind of scry. I'm like, yeah, okay, it was worth a shot.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna toss the wood off the side of the stupid wood. All right. I'll just sit down, kind of start drawing up my commune situation, kind of in the middle of this structure, rubble, whatever state it's in, reconstruction, and he'll cast commune as well as a ritual. And Dusk has done this before.
Did
Come on,
Foggy
Dusk.
and Oste go with you?
That's up to them.
Yeah, I would
I
have been
don't
willing.
see why not. I don't see why not. Anything's better than just sitting and reading all day.
I would like to
Yeah.
know what and where the two of you are in comparison to Dusk when he begins his commune
So-
ritual.
If they came, I'd probably mention what Snaps did to try and dig a little, and I'll say between your experience, Foggy, in our travels, and your brain, Professor, is there some way we could come up with a question? I had 3 questions to try and figure out more of what's going on in this place, and if we can learn something. It's got to be a yes or no, as you know, Foggy. I'm pretty sure you know too, Professor. But
Oh, you're
I
communing
just-
again. Duh, sorry.
yeah, doing this community thing. Yeah, we're gonna try. So if there's any clever questions you have to maybe unearth where the heck we should start looking for this danger. I mean, the first time we ran into real trouble with this group and we were rescued by Ross's friend was in the mountains between here and Alcarthel. So maybe I could ask if that's where the dragon lives, somewhere between here and Alcarthel.
Or it's
Straight line,
for
as the crow flies.
bedtime live.
Or
That was Dusk asking Foggy and Oste their opinion on the question.
Yes, he's trying
Whether
to
that was a good
formulate 3
question.
good questions.
Got
right.
it.
And I figured the moon dogs that we are, all 3 of us. No offense to Karak here.
Does he take offense?
The moon dogs.
That was me asking the mama. Am I getting a
there
growl
is
or
a
a
bit of
chuff?
no, a chuff.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
It's a chuff.
No offense taken.
I'm modeling this after the diamond dogs from
Ah.
Ted Lasso. This is why I envisioned this like powwow being sort of.
My only concern with that question is the phrase "as the crow flies," because while that does limit, like, I don't know what the term would be, variance, because looking along a straight line is easier. It also would
Right.
then potentially have our answer of yes land in a place that's hard for us to get to,
Good
and
point.
semi-ambiguous. DM, can I have, of course I begin asking this question without looking at the thing. Can I request that you put up the map of the continent, please?
Continent?
Thank you. Do we have a physical copy of this map on hand?
I have one down here at my desk.
As in us as characters?
Oh, you have a version of it. It's relatively incomplete in the north, but it does include Saltend Landing and a hint at the Wort Hurl or Wort Guild. What the hell are those islands called?
World
down
Hurl
there?
Academy.
Nah, it's the name of those islands. I can't remember the name
yeah.
of those islands.
Because I do recall, I think
They've
it
also
flew
slipped my
south
brain.
after it was done with a theater, if I recall.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the place where the road from your homestead crosses over to Okarthel, there is a marking there that looks like a dragonborn head and a sickle, I think.
Mm-hmm.
This is that map you guys found in the library at the
Thing in Have Hollow.
no
Right.
at Stumblepump's house.
Oh, duh. Yes. Sorry.
It's
Got some
Denore's
damage
map.
to it.
It's the map Denore had. So there's a lot
Yeah.
of burn marks on it, and it's not an exquisite map by any means, but you basically have a map of the terrain that you have thus far traveled up to, but not much beyond the community.
Okay.
Well, if we flew south, I mean, if we dig this map out, I mean, wouldn't that be over the water or towards? I mean, there's Los and Toft, which was hardly a dragon lair place, unless we're talking like towards Have a Hollow and by south, it's sort of like in that general direction towards the mountain
Yeah,
range.
realistically, if we assume he literally went south and then went to some nearby landmass because he doesn't have unlimited stamina, he could literally be anywhere here, and he literally gestures like this.
It does just sort of squints his eyes and he just goes, Warthar.
You
Like, I
know,
mean,
you say that like a joke, but
I don't actually, but I'm leaning into the meme that Ashley created.
question for the
And
DM.
It's so perfect. Just like every time he does things with that name, for some reason he just ever since that one job, he has never fully trusted Worthero. Not
Yeah.
fully.
Yeah. A
And so
question
it's
again
just
for the
sort
DM.
of like you
Yeah, you
know,
first.
this guy sent us off to find this crazy world-ending, possibly ancient thing at the site of the ruins, and you know, it's kind of odd that the dragon's flying south, but
Yeah. So
yeah,
then
that
my
stuff was a little
question
bit.
for you, Dusk,
Yes.
becomes the main goal of your line of questioning. Are we trying to ascertain his location or his goals? His or her goals?
Well, ooh, good question. Because
If one had priority over the other, which would you rather have?
I'd suppose I think it would probably suit us more to know if it were trying to reclaim this egg before we can give it up. Right? Whatever that thing is.
Yeah.
The potential.
So that can be your first question is, well, although I'm almost certain that is
Because
what it's going for, because otherwise it would have attacked a population center, not an
right, and
empty
it's either
theater.
just couldn't quite find us, or maybe, I mean, who knows, like how this thing, I couldn't scry on it, so it's obviously a
Yeah.
wise guy, it's
Yeah.
or her, I don't know, but I suppose it would be best for us to prepare if there have been conversations that the Moon Maiden can be privy to, that this dragon has planned some sort of attack, one last attempt to reclaim that it's what it's seeking. We'd probably want to know, because then we know we have so many days, right?
Yeah.
Where we have days to prepare, and probably should get a far field of Dybrook to make sure we don't risk any other troubles,
Mm-hmm.
any ruin upon the town. So I think I'll start by asking it, does this dragon that attacked the theater plan, or anyone the dragon works with, plans on attacking us to reclaim the potential, or whatever that egg is called, whatever we're calling it.
I'm sure she'll know what you mean.
Right. I think that would probably be the most prudent thing, because that will give us a bit of a heads up
Yeah.
to
And
maybe
once, yeah.
maybe start keeping watch.
Yeah. And once you have that answer of either yes or no, we'll now know why we need to know its location. And from there, you have
Right.
2 questions to ascertain the location. So realistically, you have either way 2 places to ask about. And if it were
Right.
me, I would ask for, and then he gestures at this specific chunk of islands
From
here.
the Calamite Mountains Eastern
Mountains.
Range.
Yeah, but specifically the Eastern Range chunk, or
The
the
range of
islands
mountains that
surrounding Warthurl Academy.
Yeah, the range of mountains that stretch from Okartel down to Barkanau.
Yes, that's the way I would phrase that. Because if he flew
I
south,
think
there's no way he would curl back up to go to the ones near the Calamite Pass, unless it was for the purpose of deceiving us. Which, if he's that smart, we're screwed.
we're trying to
Dragons
play
are
dragon
relatively
chess
smart.
against a dragon.
Yeah. Say again, Aste?
Oh, I was saying dragons are relatively smart.
That is fair.
Well,
Yeah, so I would start by saying, is its goal specifically to get the weird egg / possibility thing? And once we know that, and its goal is to get that, or simply to terrorize Dybrook, we either simply avoid it until the thing is handled, or go search for it and prevent it from continuing to murder Dybrook, based on whether it's yes or no, respectively. And then, is it in the eastern range of mountains, or is it at the islands surrounding World Hurl Academy? Would be my 3. Do you have any arguments towards or against either of that, Aste? Since he's not just asking me.
One more time.
First thing he's asking is the thing's goal to get that weird egg thing that we had? And depending on yes or no, we'll color how we respond to learning its location. And then we ask, is it currently living in the Calamite Mountain Eastern Range? And then, if that's a yes, hooray, we have a third question, we can use whatever we want on it. And if it's a no, then we ask, is it near the islands surrounding Wart Hurl Academy? Any objections?
Well, I have a secondary idea of where it might be, and he like points them up right here.
Well, that's actually something I wanted to ask the DM about. Is the volcano on our map?
That was creative license by your map cartographer.
I
But
gathered.
we can decide that there is a volcano there. But technically, the volcano in question, the volcano that you've heard of, is the cauldron over here.
Oh, I did not see a ping
That
when
is
you did that.
the volcano that is
I
known
thought
on this continent.
Northeast.
I had to look back.
Yeah.
I thought they were
Oh, yeah,
volcanic.
the cauldron up
Oh,
there.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was mine.
That guy
I
up there.
invented the cauldron. That's my little
Gotcha.
fingerprint on this map. Was the
Mm-mm.
I thought there was some comment about volcanic activity on the Worth
I can't remember, but it's fine. We now have a little volcano down
It's a little
here
guy.
and a giganto volcano over
He's-
there.
It's like a Mount
Well-
Etna. It's not really like
I mean,
that
look at the
great.
shape of these mountains. This is clearly a tectonic plate playground
Oh,
going
Yeah.
on.
You gotta
Yeah.
drop a fault map in here.
Mm.
Woo!
Yeah.
Where's the
Yeah,
earthquake
geologists are fucking baffled.
My whole thing is that even if it does live in the mountains, that's gonna be way too long of a search for us.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, even if we knew where it was right now,
Well,
it wouldn't
I'm
help
just
us because by the time we get there, it'll be gone.
well,
I
I
think-
wouldn't
I
even say
think-
that. It's more just we would either need the ability to have continuous flight for days on end to even have a chance of seeing where this thing's home is, and or we would have to triangulate it through a means of a lot of different circumstances, such as availability of caves, water, and other things that dragons would tend to nest around. But that's really hard to do over an entire mountain range, is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, you never know how sneaky
So-
these dragons could be.
Well, I'm thinking at the second time is. Do you know this thing's name?
No,
I don't believe we do.
no, we don't.
Okay. That's fine, but that makes this harder. I was going to see if my book could teach me more about either the specifics of red dragons or this one specifically. So that you didn't have to use your communions on this.
Yeah, I don't think the name has been disclosed yet.
That's fine then.
Nobody.
Ashley West is typing something.
I guess all I'm saying is I don't know if asking where it lives is very pertinent at the moment because we don't know if we're strong enough to fight it. We don't have the means to uh, locate the exact spot, even if, I mean, we're talking about a continent spanning mountain range.
Right, right. Which is why it's like, I guess you got a point where even if we knew it was currently going to base its operations out of the Calamite Mountains instead of the islands, I don't.
Mm-hmm.
Other than just, I guess it's the difference of whether it's where it's at or whether that's its nest, home base, right? As you say,
Well, a dragon will always return to its nest, of course.
right. So we
That's a good. You're on the right track with that question. I just think
right,
it's the idea of where is too broad. You can ask the islands. I think that's a good idea, but
right. Well, I think if we learn more of who's associating themselves with the dragon and this group of ne'er do wells,
mhm,
I think the conspiracy underlying the whole thing is going to be easier to unravel, but we've kind of
absolutely.
come up dry. I mean, other than being attacked right before we met you, that's the last time anyone has so brazenly attempted to interfere with us.
Hmm. So we're not really looking. Well, yeah. Okay. I think I see where you're going with this. You're saying we find the accomplices, we'll find the dragon. Yes?
Well, you got to find the little fish, right? Is that the
That's exactly what I was thinking. So we should center our questions around that as well. Where
right? That's why I was
where we
thinking
want to find where they're, yeah.
that if, I guess, one of my questions should be if the dragon's going to attack us directly or if it'll be some sort of henchman group again, because they must be camped out in the wilderness to avoid any kind of detection if that's true. But they probably aren't far away if they're planning on moving between now and when we can get rid of the egg thing, which is how long from now?
But that's also a war of information is do they know how long until they'll be back? I
Good
mean,
question. Yes, right. We're assuming, but you never know. Who knows? But
yeah.
if Asterinian has been the only thing holding this thing back, and its presence is no longer detectable because somebody keeps scrying on us every morning, and I don't. It's really getting
You
irritating.
guys
I'll
are
be
getting
honest.
scryed on?
Yes, we've been getting scryed on since I don't even remember when the first time we got.
Now here's a question. Have I ever had to make that save? I don't think so.
Not a one.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah,
'Cause
I
I've
remember. I remember one of us detected that something was, and then I did the thing where I could see invisible stuff and I could see the little moat,
mm,
and I think we determined that someone was watching us, and we tried to play some pranks on it in the loo and all that fun stuff. And well,
right.
suffices to say, I don't think we know exactly who's crying on us, but I think we can narrow it down to either the blurry guy or the dragon, if the dragon can do magic, or somebody else working for one of those two.
Mm,
But it's irritating. It happens, I think, every single morning.
tell me.
At least one or two
Um
of us get
this
watched.
this blurry person that you're talking about.
Right.
Where did you fight them? Where was that?
That was on the trail. That it's a rough hack of a trail that
Mountains?
extends from Dybrook up through the
Okay.
I'll trace it roughly, probably not well, but yes, we kind of threaded between the house,
I
the homestead
see.
of Joy, up through these foothills, up into the mountain. There's a very very rough pass, if you want to call it even that,
I see.
that we
And
were able to climb and scrabble our way up through, and that's going through some hollowed out areas up there is where we ran into trouble
I see.
with Denore. I think was there, and I think that's where she met her fate. And I believe the blurry guy was there, or somebody was there. and we were getting a real whopping, an ass whooping, if you would say.
I don't doubt it. Knowing what I know
Uh,
now about them, yeah.
some sort of bony devil was bearing down on us, and we were not looking great until Smiley, our friend there, rescued us from a certain fate.
So you would say it's in the Okarthal area?
Yes, I think it's closer to there than anywhere else. So for all
Okay.
we know, it could be any of the mountains near there. But that they seem to be well versed with the terrain there and use it to their advantage, if I recall.
If they're
They were
familiar.
up high and out of reach.
Okay. This tells me a lot, thank you. But back to our I'm actually going to research that a little later. But for now, let's continue with what you're trying to
Right.
do here.
So first the order of business will be whether the
What
dragon
their goals are.
or its henchmen,
Yes.
associates
Um uh,
will be moving on us to take
yeah.
this thing from
I would
us.
I would probably word it as will they be making a move in the relative soon future?
Before we would hand it off
Yeah.
to get rid of it.
Yeah.
The
We're
DM
in
would
this.
just like to remind you to read what it says in the spell. Deities are not necessarily omnipotent.
Yeah.
Right. This
Okay,
is
just saying.
this is stemming from the idea that there have been open conversations under the pale moonlight, perhaps, where the Moon Maiden can bear witness to these
Got it.
plans. Perhaps, somebody has been talking about it, and if there are more people involved, I'm sure they've talked about it with other people that also need to plan. If it's just the dragon acting alone, well, then it's probably going to be
Much harder.
the the dragon, if acting alone, will probably be a harder nut to crack, even by the Moon Maiden. But I'd say I'm gonna do that. I guess I'll just start with that. I'll just say, okay, is it trying to do that? And if I get an uncertain answer, I will. I think we'll take that as whoever's planning is keeping it tight to the chest. Maybe not getting attacked per se, but maybe we're not. But let's assume, for the sake of, I want to use the word risk management, which is a little bit beyond my normal vocabulary. I heard it used once in a sentence though, and we'll start with that. As just like we're going to assume, just take the stance that this thing is going to try and get this thing. If it burned down a tier and nothing else, it's trying to send a message to get us back to Dybrook, right? That's why it did that, maybe to instill some urgency in us. Not that we took the bait, but still. But well, let's see. He's going to draw that circle and kind of pour the milk and light the candles and just start communing. Be like, all right. Oh, Saluna, blessings upon ye all. And all of us poor
So
moon boys.
you experience the light of the moon on your face and the gentle breeze in the air. The air around your shoulders feels suddenly more dense, like a blanket on your back. Uh, Foggy and Aste both also experience a shift in like almost a barometric shift where the air around you feels heavier and closer to you. Um, you definitely have her attention.
All right. Beautiful night once again. Thank you very much. Oh, Moon Maiden, would you know if the dragon that burned this theater to the ground, or any person working with this dragon, is going to try to take back the egg / the potential from our possession before we are able to deliver it to safety.
You asked if they're going to try to what?
To,
Take it?
to reclaim it or to take it or to whatever the intent of it being is it was looking for something, is it we assumed it was this. Are they going to try and take it from us?
Okay. While Dusk is thinking that or saying that question out loud, what is Foggy thinking in his head?
He's a little scatterbrained right now. He's just probably in general right now. Part of why he was semi-inattentive during bits of that previous conversation. Um, he's thinking about his relationship with himself and Karak right now.
Okay, cool. Um, your reaction, Dusk, that you receive is unfortunately familiar to you in that the wind sort of brushes up across your left cheek and then up across your right cheek and then down across your face into your lap. Very non-committal, maybe yes, maybe no.
I see.
Although I would say the air does feel colder. Like maybe you could interpret that to mean that although she cannot give you a definitive answer, she also shares your concerns on the matter.
Right. Right. Worry, if you will. Worry,
Mhm.
concern. All right. All right. They say the dragon flew south. Does that mean that the nest of this dragon is based in the Calamite Mountain range that stretches from Okartel down to Barkana?
The blanket on your shoulders feels heavier and warmer and hugs you tighter as an affirmative.
And Dusk will just sort of smirk. Okay. Dusk will then, I think he's going to go off. Now that we know the answer to that question, he's going to say, is the dragon the one that is scrying on us? In the Wanderers, of course.
That was a question. Please repeat it.
I said, is the dragon the one that is scrying on myself and the others in the Wanderers of Fate?
You'll receive the breeze from 3 directions, but also instead of coming down across your face, it's more of an up, indicating that she thinks the answer's no, but she can't promise.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, mix bag, of course, but nailed it in one in terms of where it is, which is not exactly a small area. I know, but I think it might confirm that where we encountered some of their folk might be why that's where we found them or encountered them. It is indeed the Calamite Mountains east of here, between Okertel and Barkanau, as where the dragon finds its home. So that's good news, sort of. Feel like we could start narrowing it down, perhaps, or at least avoiding certain areas. depending on how you look at it.
Well, I have a decent. I'm thinking a decent mind on this. I'll get back to you after a little bit of research, but I have an idea.
Perfect. This is great. This is collaboration. And so happy that someone like you is here. Collaboration is a big word. No, it's not that big a word. Come on now. Collaborate. Working together. Okay, fine. Teamwork. That's better. God,
So then I
kinda
would
late.
like. Mm,
You got a spare book for Dust to study some stuff? Maybe get a little smarter. Maybe.
yes, actually, if you would
Okay,
like,
we'll put a pin in that one. Just saying.
for sure.
They got bookshops in Dracot.
I just like to emulate language I hear around me all the time. I don't even know half the words I say. I just assume they're the right words. That's
So
the canon.
I would like to ask my Lorehold primer a history question.
I see. How does that work?
Basically, whenever I make a history or religion check, it gives me guidance 3 times a day. Um,
Cool.
I
I'm
would
ready.
like to ask if this is a pertinent question for to ask with it. I want to ask about that area near Okarthel. I wanted to ask about pertinent high mages near Okarthel. Like powerful mages that are known in the area.
You want to know if your Lorehold primer would have information regarding mages in the area of Okarthel?
Powerful mages, yeah. Ones that would be
Uh,
known.
I would say that your Lorehold primer probably doesn't have a whole lot of information on this particular continent in particular.
Okay.
It's not been inhabited as long as the world you come from has existed.
Mm,
And your peoples have existed much longer than this little piece of land has existed. So it would be a blip in your history book. I'm just saying. So
all
the
right.
individual inhabitants of this continent probably also less than a blip in your history book. So
All
I
right.
wouldn't waste a usage on that specific being that specific.
All right. Uh, hmm. Damn. Because I was thinking it was because Lorehold primer only helps me with religion or history, so it's like I definitely know this isn't anything with gods. Um. Hmm. Is there is a library in Dybrook, right? Is
Nah.
I
there?
don't I don't believe there's a library per se. There are plenty of books to be found. I'm sure there's a bookshop. But I would say if you were looking for a library, you would have to go down to Salton Landing or at the academy itself or to the Wart Hurl Academy. You may find there was a small library in the Have Hollow Mansion. Um, and you could probably find a relatively good sized library in Dracot. But Tybrook
Uh,
is really they make rope and they dye things. It's not a big old place.
is that noble lady still here?
Countess
Yes,
Maria, I believe
Marina
so.
is scheduled to depart in the morning.
And I'll like turn to the two that are there. It's like, would Countess Marina know anything about pertinent people of the continent in this area?
Um, I don't know.
Okay.
I think she spent a little time here so far, but I don't know.
Oh, so she's
Maybe
not
she's got
from.
family. Maybe she's got a family, or I don't know.
So she's not from this continent.
I do not believe she's from this
No,
continent now.
No,
Oh,
she's
okay.
from Rasa's hometown.
yeah. Ross is from Faerun, as am I. Though I don't really remember it. That's a different story. But
Not
Countess Marina is yeah, not a local.
like at this point. Oste's like tapping his head, looking a little frustrated with himself. It's like,
There is Dusk. What was her name? that seamstress in
With the
not
scar?
Draycott, but the say again?
With the scar?
Yes. Do you think she might
Eber.
know some things? Acoria the
No?
Weaver. Thank you, Snaps.
I suppose to give you two the info that I was looking for, that any like points to that area on the map that you two went through the mountains at, that could be a starting point for us. I was thinking if this Megos was potentially working with that dragon, they could be in similar areas.
Well, I mean, we could return to the scene of our battle there.
Well, like I said,
Maybe.
it would be a little dangerous. I don't really want to run into a high mage right now. I'll be real with you.
No, but we could also go back to O Cartel, and I mean, the whole bent of this place, the whole underlying conflict
Mhm.
speaks to one of history, of a time and place when the Dragonborn of these places really owned the show, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So they were the dominant. I think I'm using that word right. They were the people that were walking around more so than the people you see today. They lived here. They were, I think, according to them, they were the rightful owners of these lands, right?
Inhabitants.
Inhabitants. And they, well, there's some there's some bad blood, you might say, perhaps, or people who think that all the troubles in Dybrook seem to stem from the idea that they wanted to drive people out, create fear, right? If you create fear, people don't want to live there because it's I don't even remember what I said. But all the shenanigans applied to Dybrook seem to do one thing, is to try to drive people away so that they could righteously reclaim, or whatever that word phrase was that they were uttering on their final words. Uh, uh, so there was some sort of, I think, attempt to move back.
So long story short, we're dealing with dragonborn terrorists?
Well, that's the thing. The people that are largely involved, the gangs that were tasked, the bald headed, the bald spot boys, or whatever they were hired by the Blurry Man from Draycott. Or the guy that we traced back to Draycott was the guy who was contacted by the Blurry Man in order to send their foot soldiers down here to cause some trouble.
Mm. Okay. Mm.
Oh yeah, O Cartel, yeah. Yes. You had the hard t for the, there's no th sound with an Irish accent.
Hmm.
So, if I mean, O Cartel is definitely the only place we've come across that resembles a community that's very much like that of what it used to be here and around these parts, mainly Dragonborn. But the nice people in O Cartel are anything but that. They're very, very welcome, and
Alright.
downright ashamed, I think, to hear what people of their ilk were doing to try to ruin Dybrook.
Okay. So let's put the pieces on the map real quick, just to see if this does anything for us. Okay? So
Right.
he'll like wave his hand over the map and cast minor illusion. So
Ooh.
let's start. And he'll like put a little ping where you guys
There's a
fought
grid
the
now on the
blurry.
map. That's really cool.
And he'll put like a little purple like pillar ping where you
Right.
guys fought the blurry man. That's where you had your confrontation with them.
Right.
then can you point
Ground
where
zero.
you said that that person met up with other people to send to Dybrook?
Right, was in Drakeit.
All
Well,
right,
that's
so he'll put.
yeah. The blurry man was yeah, right. Was talking about,
So
yeah,
they were
which is
Dracot people sent to Dybrook to cause trouble.
right. Yes.
Okay, so that's good.
I
Any other points of reference that are important?
to well, I mean, they attacked the
Right.
Homestead of Joy, but
Again.
they attacked the Homestead of Joy.
Okay.
I think that was part of their greater campaign to just sow fear.
Right. So, did this High Magos look like they had any flight abilities?
Flight?
Yes. Any way for them to get over the mountains without going through Art Cartel and Art Glass?
Wow.
The guy that they fought at the top of the mountains
Here,
here
yeah.
literally flew away at the end of the battle.
Okay.
Oh,
So,
okay, perfect.
Before
so
the
yes,
battle
they did.
ended.
So yes, they did.
Right. Yes.
Right.
Yeah. I'm recalling that they flew away. The coward
Okay.
skedaddled real quick.
So we don't have to worry about Ocarthel or Art Glass being points of interest necessarily. Okay.
The spot over here in the
Denori
mountains,
Mrs. Stumble was a
Here?
leader in Ocartel before she went
that
rogue.
is where the cave with the griffins and the bandits who kidnapped
Oh,
Mrs. Scaros from the
that
Homestead of Joy had
that's right.
her held captive in a cave up here.
I almost
And
forgot
they
about
had
that. Yes.
griffins on hand.
Right. Right. They had a little cave there that we disrupted,
Mm-hmm.
and Mrs. Scaros was there, and I think they, if anything, they were like, if I recall, I feel like they were being more protective of Mrs. Scaros, right? Their attitude, she wasn't like a prisoner there, right? Not really. Didn't they abducted her, but as if to protect her?
She was tied up and had a hood over her head.
Never mind. I am totally misjudging that.
Foggy, come here. Tell us if there's anything
Yes.
here that is missing. This is a good start, but I feel like I need at least one more point of reference.
Well,
Hmm.
I mean,
So,
other than Ardglass, we were assaulted by some assassins.
were those assassins dealing with this group?
I don't know who else would have done it. They were really trying hard to go after us. They ambushed us in the hotel there right before we met you.
Okay. And Foggy, do you
Yeah,
have
that
You
was
anything?
saw
that was
them.
that was the group of jackasses that were attacking us when you showed up.
Right. So
You witnessed Snap shoving one of their bodies into the bag of holding.
okay.
Ooh, do we still have a body? No, I
Nope.
don't know.
Nope,
Damn it.
I buried them all in Cave Hollow.
Oh
Okay.
Yeah.
man.
So, are you guys seeing what I'm seeing with this?
Yeah, I'm seeing
Well,
it
I
now.
think are we seeing a clear sphere of influence here?
ooh, sphere in a two-dimensional map. That's really really
Yeah.
clever. Because the mountains have height. That's right.
Yes, but that doesn't matter to things that can fly. The
Yeah.
Magos can fly, as you mentioned. So,
Well, you're gonna have to explain it to me like I'm 5.
well,
He
and
he
he'll like,
thinks that he thinks the
Wise,
dragon
but I'm not
lives
smart.
in those mountains.
Oh right, well yeah, we knew that,
well, we
right?
know that, but we can
But then
we can,
it said from between Oak Cartel and Barcanau. So
and he'll like,
define between Oak Cartel and Barcanau, maybe.
well,
So
yes, but do you see how close all these little blips are to the top of the mountain range?
oh sure, yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe like we were right on
So
top of
it's
where
it's very doubtful that our enemies would have much care about what's going down south unless they thought we were there.
they didn't have the means of attacking us because they didn't have a way of moving people maybe around.
Not just that, but it's also a dragon doesn't like being away from its lair in the first place. Let's start with that. They always want to be within a certain radius of their home so that they can return to their lair if needed so that they can defend their horde. Um what this is telling me is that if it didn't even want to go to Dybrook, we have because it wanted to send their minion to send people there. And it came to Dybrook once. That's fine, right? That's
But it
interesting.
flew south, which maybe that was just to try to be clever.
Oops, how do I?
Try to throw us off the hunt and maybe put us towards War Turtle. You know,
Well,
he
I'm
probably knows that I
thinking,
don't like him very much.
but we see a very clear center of all these points, which is where you fought the
We were on the
Makos.
bloody doorstep of the beast, and we didn't even know it.
Yeah.
Potentially. I don't want to say it's definite or not, but that's definitely a good start, I think.
It definitely. I mean, they had a base of operations in the west towards
Hmm.
the road that crosses through the Calamite Mountains and past there,
Hmm.
and then they had enough people over by Arglass to. We were only in Arglass for like a day, so those people couldn't have been very far in the very first place,
Well,
right?
it makes sense that they would want to cut off both routes from Artglass and the valley there, because those are the only two entrances to this side of the continent that aren't further west.
Right. So maybe they have a cave over there towards Arglass too.
Well, I
Kind of like they
figure
did.
they have this northern chunk very fortified.
Maybe.
Or at the very least, the critical points. You know, that little uh, this here and this here, obviously.
Hmm.
So that's where they're trying to keep a flow of information for themselves rather than. This is a really intricate process. This is really interesting.
No, it's really a good idea. Never occurred to us to actually lay out a map and mark all the important things that happened to us that were related to this activity,
Well,
and
Yeah.
create like a concentration. Maybe that's the wrong word, but
just
map
creating a
it all
sphere
out.
of influence. Yes, absolutely.
Right. Yeah.
Because
That
your
those.
enemies, they don't want to overextend themselves, right? And you can always
Well,
triangulate a position through spheres of influence.
right, right. And they were maybe they just
But
can't. It's just possible.
because of
We're
that,
we were safe.
we can basically cut the eastern range that you've defined down to nearly a quarter, if not half.
I just find it interesting though that after what happened, we were in O Cartel for what, a day or two?
No, I'm not sure. I think that was before
Uh,
me.
I'm looking at Foggy. Like I think we were only there a couple nights, right? 2 days, maybe,
Something
because
akin.
we were there to, and then we escorted.
Yeah, I think you had to wait a day or two because Darakus's sundering had to happen.
Right, the sundering had to happen, and so, but we were there for that long, and this is after we already had our butts pulled from the fire, if I recall,
Hmm.
and we were never touched. No cartel.
Hmm. Well, it's probably not as influenced by their forces. I mean, it's not as crucial of a point, right?
Maybe,
Which is probably why
maybe,
you found such a high-ranking person of that esteem in that small area, was because they weren't expecting you.
maybe. That's
Um,
I don't think they were anticipating us wandering in on their little party
exactly,
there.
exactly. I mean,
Uh,
how oft treaded is that little trail?
I
Let's be
think
real.
only the most. I think you only go
Yeah,
that way if you know what you're doing.
yeah.
We barely knew what we were doing.
So, that being said, now we can deduce this even further if we know where the natural resources that a dragon would like is in that mountain, such as high concentrations of water and uh, such as that.
Well,
Now,
clearly there's a water that comes down through Ocartel because that was where the tourmaline mines are, and there was a
oh,
whole belching torrent of water that was
oh, that's good.
down that way. So there's definitely water in them dar hills over there.
Uh, this is only looking a lot more concentrated to me by the second, I'll be real. And plus, the ice in the mountains can act as a water source for dragons too, if you didn't know.
Yeah, they got built-in,
So,
shelters.
pretty much. Yeah, this is I think we can solidify this pretty. Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, let's mark all this up for reals on this map. I don't care if we. I mean, it's
If you're
already been
sure.
pretty beat up.
If
You know,
you're
you're
sure.
doing this all magic like, but let's make this a real, the real deal. And
For sure.
maybe I could like point to the map and be like, "Is the dragon here? Is the dragon here?" And then maybe we'll get an answer. Maybe not. I don't know.
Well,
But again, we're not going to go there and fight the dragon, right? Because I think we know that
it's
we get
better. It's
charged with
best to
Chris.
just know for now, for when we are
Right.
able.
So it's
Yeah.
safe to say that if anything were to happen, it would be coming from the northeast, unless they circle around or they follow that trail that we followed. So they're going to attack from the east if they do anything.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the thing, is if you know where the supply chains start and end, you know where to expect them from in the worst cases.
Right.
And it looks like Dybrook's only real worries are from the east, northeast, and north, and less from the north of that.
Well, yeah, it depends on where they're mustering their. If they're going to move people quickly, it'll up and down the road. We'll do it. It
Well,
is a trade road, but it is not the most highly traveled road.
we figure this is our triangulation of danger, right?
The Calamite Triangle, if you will.
Yeah.
So, DM gonna interrupt. I've been letting you
The
go
DM
for
is like,
quite a while.
y'all are batty.
But I worry that Aste hasn't read the recap that was prepared for, or Andrew hasn't actually read the recap that was prepared. And so Aste is making assumptions and judgments based on map points without all of the true facts and details of the precipitating events, such as the people from Dracot are the guys who had bald spots.
Right.
They were sent to Dybrook
Right.
and to that cave in the Calamite Mountain Pass by a
Oh, right.
blurry guy.
Okay.
So those men come from Dracot and were sent by a blurry guy.
Right.
You don't know where that blurry guy came from when he went to Dracot. He could have come from Faerun for all you know. Just that the
Right.
bandits
Yeah, right.
originated in Dracot. And the
Right.
events in the mountain pass between Dybrook and Okarthel relate to Mrs. Stumblepump number 2, who in her bodily form in town and for the entire time she's been dating and then married to Mr. Stumblepump looked like a human female, I think. When she died, she reverted to her natural state of a red dragonborn and
Right.
relayed that she had very little recollection and that she was not under her own control and there was something she wasn't able to tell you everything. But when you got to her hometown of Okarthel, they were like, "What the fuck are you talking about? We've never heard of the righteous reclamation." So the people
Right.
of Okarthel had no idea
Right. Yeah.
what those
Yeah. Yeah.
bandits
Yeah.
were
Yeah.
talking about. Okay. Just making sure that you're
Yeah.
not
We're not
drawing
going to
things
assault
on the
Okartal
map and
anytime soon.
setting it in stone because you may not have all the information.
Right. So we'll color code it
Okay.
Which is why I did
as
it with
the
Yeah.
Drake boys. The Drake ball-headed boys were in this arc of activity over to the from Drake sweeping down to the west. And that
Yeah.
wasn't true. Well, that was the hired help. We don't know who hired. Well, we don't really know if the Ardglass assassins, the Ardglass assassins, if you will,
Uh-huh.
uh, were from Ardglass or from somewhere else. I mean, Ardglass is sort of a nice little is a seedy town of people who looking for a fight anyway. So it would be weird for people to be walking around there with they're armed to the teeth. So we never did fully understand where that came from, but who knows? Maybe they're associated. They didn't have bald spots though. I do recall that. Like we looked for the bald spots. There ain't none. But
Mhm.
not having full control over stuff. Yeah. So I think the links that we're seeing so far, though, yes, are sort of
They're
pawns.
geographically accurate.
Yeah, these are places that are being drawn uh, uh, for a source of pawns, if you will. We're going back to the chess metaphor. You
Mhm.
know, these are all the pawns that the dragon has been, uh, assuming the dragon's behind it all. Ultimately,
Mhm.
if the blurry guy is like, I don't know, the knight or the rook, then all of these the bald headed boys and the assassins, the arc assassins are all pawns. So I it could possibly be that the dragon is more based south. But again, it isn't really going to help us even if we know where the nest is, because unless we somehow get an army to attack that position, I don't think it would matter. If it can destroy a theater in one go, what do we stand a chance?
Right.
But I
Okay.
think this has been helpful. Nothing else that lays out the fact that
Well, that's the thing is you bring up a really good point at that because now I'm double s- I'm second guessing myself because you have a decent point in thinking, well, why would the dragon go through all the trouble of using pawns for these things when it could do it itself? And now I'm thinking, well, what if it's because it wants to use the pawns for places outside of its sphere of influence? There's like a 50-50 chance,
right, because
which
the
puts me
dragon
back
is
to
not
square
going to
one.
patrol the west and eastern passes out of this side of the continent. It's going to use people that are useful idiots, if you will.
Well, that's
Uh,
another thing is I don't imagine a high Magos being an idiot. That's also something I'm worried about is because you've mentioned that this person, this blurry person, knows some potentially pretty high magic. Um,
well, yeah,
so I can't imagine them being stupid.
no, but well, ooh,
I guess it depends on the font of their magic too.
well, you
Do you?
raise a very good point there, Professor. Because as far as all of the people I've stumbled onto this place, granted, smarter than yours truly, but not nearly as smart as someone like yourself or Werther.
You flatter me.
Well, you got to own it.
Um,
But maybe that's a point, because how do you get that smart? Because if this is wizardry or something, or maybe it's something else, where do you learn that kind of thing? That kind of the magic is in this area, unless you come from totally somewhere else, which is totally possible. Maybe
I
they
was,
learned it in,
I was, I was going to say living in a place where time doesn't exactly turn helps.
Didn't even realize my
right.
phone started playing audio. Sorry about that.
But now there's a part of me that thinks that,
Hmm.
I mean, if the dragon recruited the blurry guy somehow, then my guess is they stumbled on each other somehow.
Question: the blurry person behind the blur, what species were they?
Uh,
I
And
don't
you were
think
like,
we've ever been able to see behind the blur.
yeah,
see.
the blur is a bit of a sticking point, right?
Right.
There's
Okay.
only been a couple occasions, I think, where we have borne witness, or maybe only one occasion that we've borne witness, and it was not clear.
Mm,
So,
that's fine. That's fine.
but even if they appeared human,
Well,
there's
I
no,
was
like Denore, wasn't really
well, I was
the
worrying that
species.
I was a bit worried that things would crack open a little more if they were a dragonborn, but
Well, they may be, but
the message in Discord
hiding them,
doesn't.
hiding their identity seems to be something they're a fan of. And if Denore was just a puppet,
Hmm.
then they wanted to use a dragonborn, but not as she appeared. Because I'm assuming Stumblepump is maybe not into Dragonborn. I don't know.
Oh,
But why would you use a Dragonborn instead of somebody that Stumblepump is into? You know what I'm saying, right? There's no single gnome ladies roaming the Calamite Mountains that are just single, ready to mingle.
Humblepump's not a gnome. He's just a
No,
really
why did I
short
think gnome?
human.
He was human. Why did
Because
I think
he's a really short human. He's like 4 feet
Mm,
tall.
I don't know why I thought he was a
see.
gnome.
all
Or
of
wait,
these things.
Was Denora human, or was she? Why do I have in my head that she was also gnome? I don't know.
She appeared to be human until she didn't.
I hate to say it, but I
Well,
don't think
even
I have
worse
an
then,
answer.
because it's not like there's no shortage of humans in this area that you could do your magical mind control thing. Why'd you have to pick a dragonborn
Mm,
and then disguise them as human?
yeah.
I hate to say this, but I don't think I have an answer for you.
Well, I'm glad I could finally stump the smartest man I know.
It upsets me in a great deal that I wasn't able to figure something out for you here because this is a big deal.
Well,
All we
all this happened for a
all
reason, I think.
well, all we've come out of it with is some potentially unlinked plot points on a map.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, but all this thinking has got me tired. I think we should probably head back to. But there's a part of me that would like to keep watch a bit longer because the uncertainty and the response about taking something back, that the egg back from us, or assaulting us, or somebody doing that. There was uncertainty, so that means they're keeping it under tight wraps. If they're planning something, they're keeping it really tight to the chest.
Mm.
Yeah.
But it doesn't rule it out. And I don't know about you, but I don't think we want to be woken up in the middle of the night with a war going on in Dybrook. That's hell bent on taking that from us.
Right.
So even though I'd be a bit tired, I've been shifting my hours a bit. I'm gonna roam some of the outskirts of Dybrook tonight, and at the first sign of danger, I will book it back to the homestead. I won't go far from the homestead, but I'll be keeping an eye out tonight, at least for most of the night, and then I'll probably sleep in quite a bit tomorrow.
If you need me for anything, do let me know. Yes.
I'll wake you. I'll
I
wake
mean,
you.
like I said, we elves only trance for 4 hours a night, so I'll be up half the night for you, anyways.
Well, then if you see the tall armored person roaming around the outskirts of the homestead, then
So I
not the homestead, the yeah, we're calling it the homestead, right? What do we call it?
Yeah.
The
so
homestead.
when
Right?
Quarters.
The homestead
I'm getting it
quarters.
mixed with the homestead of joy. Yeah.
so when I get up, you want me to take a little patrol around?
Yeah. Just I feel like it'll be now or never for
Yeah.
them. If they're going to make a move, it's going to be now or never, right?
Well, I'm thinking, like I said, I don't know if they know when this transaction or if it's going to happen, right?
Well, the problem is, even though we are scryed upon, it's not really known. We know that because I do it myself, and so does Snaps. Is that you can either watch somebody or you can listen.
So you
And
can't do
so,
both.
well, I think you can swap back and forth. I forget.
I see.
The player is drawing a blank
Mm,
suddenly. But the point is, if anything's been overheard, or assumed.
So we don't know what they know.
Right. Exactly. And
Okay.
considering how powerful the magic's at play here, who knows?
Right. It leaves me even a little worried, I admit.
You know, they
I
could be doing their own divinations, and I don't know if they have any clerics to some dragon god on their side, that would have an interest in a multicolored egg. That would be one way to assume things too. Is someone like me has the power to see a little bit into the future to some degree,
Mhm.
but only so. And if they say, if someone like me is on their side and is saying, "Hey, where are these fools at? Are they in Dybrook?" And I'm sure the answer is an emphatic yes.
Hmm.
Right.
And it's like, are they planning on giving up the egg in the next couple of days or week or whatever? And I'm sure they'll be like, "Oh yeah, we saw that conversation play out in the bright of day with their god, one of their
Right.
gods."
Okay.
So I have to assume that if they're on the ball as much as they have been to date, and they know where we are, and they know how to find us, they probably know exactly what we're up to. Or let's just say it's safe to assume that they're going to be up our arse the moment we least expect it.
See. So we basically have to look like it's not going to happen every day until the day comes that it does.
Oh boy, yeah, I guess that would be the way to just
Because if we
go on
look
to
too
say.
comfortable because the time's getting close, they'll know, and that's when they'll strike.
Dusk, out of sheer paranoia, is going to cast see invisibility right now. It's just going to be like,
It
wait,
is
hold it.
nighttime. Yeah, you can cast your see invisibility.
Yeah, I'm going to cast see invisibility, see if anybody's scrying on us. Look around for that moat.
No moat.
No moat.
No.
His eyes are like glowing kind of that silvery blue for that moment while he's just has that up for the next hour. And I'm like, nothing's watching us right now, so
Yeah.
we're probably safe for discussions of these nature. But in
Right.
the morning, we probably want to be very careful because they tend to do it in the morning. And I'll do a sweep in the morning just to make sure. But well, I'm going to be sleeping in, so maybe not. I don't know if you can do anything about that, Professor. Can you see invisibility, or somehow know?
No. I don't think I have enhanced senses like that.
Well,
I can only funnily enough, I can't see things like that. I can only dispel them if I can see them. So,
all right. Well,
or well, I actually can dispel things I don't see, but I wouldn't know it's there. Right.
then my only advice is don't discuss this with anybody until we can confirm if we're being watched.
Understood.
All right. Boondogs.
What? What did you
Let's
just
go.
say?
Roll out.
No. We're not skimming past that. What?
Moondogs. We're the Moondogs.
I'm not a dog.
That's our. Well, not literally. I'm not a dog either. I'm not really a dog. Not really. I mean, I'm a
I mean,
dog, but I'm not
Not
really a
really.
dog.
I mean,
I mean,
I'm the one
you're.
that's not really a dog. You're not a dog.
I'm not. Yeah. I mean, we're talking
Yeah.
chummy dogs, right? Not
Oh,
wolf
okay.
dogs.
Making a little more sense now.
It's a bit more of
I
a
don't
bit more
understand.
abstract. I know.
I don't
I don't normally
understand.
speak.
It's slang. It's slang. Is
I will
that a word you
never.
know?
I will never understand the material planes.
Language is fluid when you're with buddies.
Moon Bro.
Language
Fine, we'll
is
keep it
fluid,
simple. We're
period.
the Moon Bros.
You guys definitely use it like a gas.
We'll be the Moon Bros until you, for some reason, don't become a bro anymore again.
Are you saying that I would turn on you? Never.
No.
I
Oh, now you're the
promise.
one talking. No, I mean, for a while you were a Moon sister, if I recall.
I don't remember such a thing.
Okay, never mind.
Okay, all right.
I forgot that.
What in the hell?
Whoa, hello.
Oh, right. You took us home. Duh.
Just crafted you.
I don't remember being this ornate.
It wasn't.
Because this is the one Aste made.
Oh, he's very pretty.
Ah,
I don't remember why he made a new version, but he made a new version and it's pretty.
I own Dungeon Alchemist.
he owns a piece
Yeah.
of software that lets him make really pretty looking maps, and he likes using it because it's satisfying to use.
It has a 3-dimensional quality to it.
I do.
Anyways, why don't we hit the hay, or at least you guys do. I'll be up for a bit, and whenever
Yeah.
you're done doing your thing, Professor, come and find me.
I'll
That
take a
will be fun.
patrol around once I wake up, whether I see you or not. So don't worry about that.
Right. Righto. All right. Off we go.
So you make your way back to the homestead. That
All right.
was a long
Yes.
afternoon, or long evening in the under the moon. You make your way back to through town and off to the homestead, and I'm assuming Snaps has already gone, and Mayev and Rasa have all gone to bed by now. Boys have gone to their rooms in the barn. Them out of there. And Samity sleeping on the
Rewind just
couch.
a touch.
What?
Rewind just a touch.
Oh,
Yes, you
you've
may.
become a robot, by the way, at least on my end.
Oh man.
It's actually been pretty bad the whole time.
Oh man. Okay, hold on. It might be the headphones. I don't know. Hold on. I'll be
Sounds
right
like just the microphone's a little on the fritz.
back. Is this any better?
Nope, you're still going bu 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 bu.
Oh, well,
It's like you're speaking into a fan.
Yeah.
makes zero sense because neither the fan nor the heater is on right now.
It could be some EMI, maybe. Some yeah.
Is this any better?
A little.
Smidge, yeah.
Mm,
The brown fox jumped over the log, or whatever that said.
Fox jumped over the log or whatever they say. Is that
I think what you're trying to say is the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
that's
what
what
they're
it is.
trying to say.
It's just
still
So-
to see.
Can you find the settings for your microphone and somehow tell your microphone to narrow?
Oh, it
'Cause,
could be
like,
like a noise
that
cancellation
ticking
thing too.
sound is that it's peaking. Isn't that the term?
I believe so.
It could be like also a noise cancellation thing too.
Yeah.
Or yeah, something to do with or noise reducer. Which say that again?
I said echo cancellation and then I turned it off.
It doesn't seem to have helped.
No.
Suppression. Turn off noise. Is that any
Oh,
better?
hey, all better, all better. Whatever you
There
just
it
did is
is.
fixed it.
Fantastic.
Hey.
So rewinding a little bit, boys, with whatever we want to call that.
The Moon
Long
Bros, where? Moon
afternoon.
Dogs.
Well, the moon bros were moon broing. I want to have pulled on Snaps' sleeve at the homestead and gone, can we try the looking in his head that I can't see again? Oh,
You're
make that real
asking
quiet.
Snaps. You're asking Snaps to help you do sending again?
Heard my name. I had to kill
Are
a bug.
you-
I'm back now.
Ah,
I had to
okay.
kill a bug.
It
I
landed right
believe
in front of me.
I believe Burris is asking, or Maiev is asking Snaps for assistance in doing the sending thing again.
Shit, yeah. Yeah. Snaps has been kind of sparing with her spells. She has only done Death Ward and Commune today. So we've got 3 third levels and 2 fourth levels if you want to send.
Cool, 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 cool. So the first time that I had sending come into my head from my heart, it was one of the clerics to let me know that my son had fallen through the roof. It's fine now.
Yeah.
Knowing that the clerics are the smart dances of the village, going to attempt to that particular cleric and do her best to describe 2 snaps to make it remember how we do the roll for it.
I
You didn't
also do not
require a
remember
roll
how
last
we did it.
time.
What was it?
You did not require a roll last time because we've done this several times now.
And because Maiev has taken up the ability to do message, and you're just basically boosting the message.
Yeah, I'm basically being her radio tower,
Yeah.
her antenna.
Cool. I don't remember if I ever received a name for that cleric, but I would like to my Snaps radio over and message. And I need somebody to count for me.
On it.
Alright, what did I want to make? I wanted to better. Okay. Hi. It's my you
Your mic cut out.
you
Start again.
oh shit. Okay, so hi, it's Maiev again. Knew something that might happen. It's a good thing. Would you tell people? Just wait and see.
I have no idea if Gregory was counting for you, but I'm going to assume that it all went through.
Yes. That
Uh,
was 22 words.
Cool.
Nice. Great, this man.
And you hear back from Vivienne. You've heard something good and don't know if you should share? That seems odd. People like
Something
good
good
news.
might happen.
People like good news.
Okay.
You are at 18 if you wanted to add more.
Okay. People like good news. Do you have a message? And yes, you would have to send again if you would like to send a message.
Is okay with the because I think we ended up using Snaps' spell when we use her as the radio
Yes.
tower.
Correct.
Plenty of spell slots.
Send her one more. I'll say, oh, saw it. Didn't hear it. It was kind of weird. I maybe asleep on it.
Wait, you're breaking up again. I'm sorry. Try and say it all as one big string of words.
Right. Was well, I saw it. I didn't hear it, but uh, hmm, maybe. Oh, I'll sleep on it.
Okay.
Maybe you'll sleep on it.
Yes.
Vivian will respond. If that's what you wish, just let me know if you have any messages for Gerald. Sleep well.
I love it. Love it. Fantastic. Amps. I'm trying to think. Should well, pretty sure Ross is hanging around, and Rasa does whatever Rasa wants. Ev always likes to have Rasa like sort of within eyesight. She sometimes likes to run
Like
off
she
and
won't
scare
risk
her.
or anything.
But Maev's definitely not like monitoring her volume or anything while she's going on about this. I'm trying to decide if I should tell them that the, the little dwarf girl I saw her in mm, one of the good possible from now.
For memories.
Oh.
Hmm.
I'm not sure if any of those memories will come true. So we don't know if they're set in stone, but that doesn't mean you can't gently encourage things along. See how it works out.
Yeah, yeah, but I want that one to work out. Siggy looked so happy to marry her. Like accidentally getting louder as she's talking about it. It's exciting for her.
So this is the first point at which Maiev has said out loud that she had a future memory that involved Countess Miriam's ward marrying her son in the future.
Yep.
This is going to make the surprised Pikachu face.
And I think at this point, Ross is putting together the dots of the gifts and the whatnot and goes, now it makes
The slow blink and all.
Well, we're definitely going to have to keep in contact with Countess Marina then, and
It's a good thing Russ said I don't have to probably make it a little hard for me to talk to.
Alrighty then.
I'm gonna continue with the microphone. Please tell me if I start to sound like a.
Yeah, it misses every couple of words still. You remember
I
how
think
it used to be
your
when
sensitivity might be too low, I guess.
yeah, we had that problem when when Will and Sarah were sharing a microphone and we would lose the first 2 or 3 syllables after each pause when Will was speaking. It's that problem.
Okay. I had messed with the sensitivity because the dogs, when we play, for some reason, also have a lot to say, even though they're outside. So I'll put that back down and we'll see if it helps.
Yes,
Seems to
it's
be
much,
helping.
much better right now. Fabulous. Okay, so we've had some communing, we've had some brainstorming, and we've had some sendings. Are we ready for bed? What are we doing?
Snaps
Tattoos!
is ready for
Are
honk
we?
me.
Wait, what Snap's doing?
Snaps is ready for honk shoo me time.
Me.
She's ready for sleeping.
All right.
Dusk will go to bed immediately, but he will stay up and kind of like keep watch, probably like a couple 100 yards from the homestead, no more than that.
Mhm.
Like that.
Yeah. Foggy's gonna be a little bit restless for a little bit. I know I've already had with the Moon Boys. I've already had a little bit of spotlight, but uh I'm gonna keep going. Sorry. He's gonna be a little bit restless tonight. Uh, and then at some point, just get up and meditate for a little bit. And he'll
You mean
say
Snap
under his
sleeping in your bed?
yeah. And
Okay.
if she's awake and notices that I'm struggling, and then get up and walk away and say I'll just say I'll be a minute. And then he'll say to himself,
There's a sleepy.
yeah, I need to learn to do this myself anyway. And he's gonna sit and meditate in front of the window and just sort of look out at the night sky, whether or not I have a view of the moon or not. And just this is the bit that I've never been good at. No, I should be able to see the moon. And then he gets up and steps outside. Puts himself into a position where he can meditate with a direct line of sight at the moon.
I need to know where dusk is.
Probably to the east a little bit, maybe southeast.
Where I have you
Just
on the map at the moment.
yeah, that direction. Yeah.
Cool. All right. There you go. What's up, Foggy?
He's gonna just sort of sit and stare at the moon and be in a meditative, close to sleeping trance state to just get himself as open as he can to whatever might be happening around him, because he knows that he's never going to get a direct yes or no, at least not in the form of somebody saying the word yes or no to him.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just going to then talk in the general direction of the moon. I'm struggling a little bit. He taps his chest. Kurok is, as of right now, currently forever stuck here, tapping his chest again. Uh, and only ever gets to experience the world around us vicariously through me, or while being in control of the body while it's go time. So either while in combat with the claws out, protecting me and our friends, or when I'm having him help me out for food. And because he didn't choose this life, it was to a certain extent put upon him that feels wrong to me. And then he was ripped out of me, and you put him back. Which might mean there's a chance that the way he's stuck here can change. because I don't want him to only ever be able to experience the world like looking out the window of a horse cart or while attempting to fight for food or friends. Is it possible, do you think, to maybe give him the ability to be in control of the body as I am in control of it now? And just switch who's at the reins, so to speak, without needing to manifest the claws or the tail or the teeth and just be. Because it feels unfair that he never gets the chance to just be while also not just sitting staring out the window. And then he stares in what will be obvious silence to him for another 15 seconds before going, I should actually meditate, and sort of trance for a minute because otherwise you're never going to be able to reach me. And then he sits and genuinely begins the process of trancing outside at least for a few minutes to see if he gets some kind of response.
It's a clear night, clear sky. Um, um, there's this is so hard. You don't have a true, concerted, genuine spiritual connection. She is not your committed deity like a cleric is committed to their deity. So her ability to communicate with you is one of choice, it's one of affection, and the only time you've ever really experienced it was at the shrine that Dusk built at the Homestead of Joy, and I think one other time in the desert while sitting with Dusk. So direct communication isn't a thing you're expecting. You did experience a change in the barometer or the weight of the air around you at the Southern Theater earlier this evening.
Mm-hmm.
And there may be a little something in the wind right now, but it's very difficult for you to interpret.
Okay. Mm. He'll get up and brush off the knees. Yeah, until I get a little bit more committed, which up until this point I've said I'm not gonna. Hearing a response, even if you're willing to give one, is gonna be hard, isn't it? Damn.
I will give you a slightly stronger breeze.
Yeah, that about answers that question with the affirmative, doesn't it? Okay. Well, at the very least, I'm almost certain you heard me, given that. Dusk said he was going to wander. I wonder if I could bother him for 10 minutes. Yeah, I didn't want to, but I'm going to go bother Dusk. And I'm going to start glancing around trying to find Dusk.
Well,
Go
Dusk
lean
be
with it.
behind the house. Y'all can decide whether you find each other.
I'm just saying. I'm just gonna a wee moment, a wee moment, a wee moment, a wee moment.
You two then absolutely cannot find each other. You go around the house in opposite
Yeah,
sides for
we're
4 hours,
yep,
Just
circling
thinking.
each other.
yep, yep. Yeah, I'd say I'd probably find him. He was claiming he wasn't going to be more than a couple hundred yards from the house, so yeah, I'd probably run into him.
It wouldn't be hard to find me.
Yeah,
I'm not like trying to be stealthy. I'm just sort of patrolling.
yeah. Hey, big guy.
Not Ross.
Oh, whoa! Hard time sleeping like me, eh?
Yeah, I've been thinking about some stuff. Um,
Well, what's on your mind?
he taps his chest. Karak. Um,
Yeah.
I suppose I'll bring you up to speed with the conversation I just had at the moon.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's why
because
I thought that was.
yeah, I figured I should at least every now and again attempt to reach out and see if I can start to learn to feel something
Oh,
without having to straight up sit down at a temple and make a pact, but it's looking like that would take me a very long time.
Well, the the temple of which you find yourself struck with divine power can be anywhere. Sometimes at our most desperate moments.
Right. Basically put, it feels I was being a lot more flowery and kind when I said this to her, but it feels like bullshit that Kurok was essentially turned into a weapon in the form of me. And he's accepting, or at least from what I've understood from him, he's accepting of the fact that that's what his boss decided would be his lifetime. But it feels like bullshit that it wasn't like a choice, and that now his only existence is seeing out of my eyes as though he's looking out the window of a horse cart, or actively in combat either by hunting food or protecting us. That feels fucked up that he doesn't get the opportunity to just be. Um,
Right.
and up until this point, he was stuck in me as a weapon. But then Snaps, in helping me deal with the whole cursed dream shit, just did the remove curse thing, which unintentionally pulled him out of me. Um, and then the
Probably
Moon Maiden
sever
put
the
him back.
binding, right? It's
Yeah,
not that Kurok is
it
the curse; it's the
yeah,
means of which he was bound to you, right?
yes. He is not a curse. The means that connected him to me was a curse, which means he was ripped out of me and thrown to where animal ghosts go when they die, which
That's
is yeah.
right.
But now he's bound to me by her, and he points up at the moon,
Oh, right. Yes.
which could
Yeah. She.
potentially mean that that's no longer the case. And I was just wondering if there's a way for me to simply slip him the reins so that he can just be without needing to be in combat. Because again, it feels wrong that he never has the opportunity to just be when in a relaxed position. And I asked all of those questions, and obviously, because I'm not as connected to her as you are, I got jack shit. um,
Well, yeah. That's a deep question, right?
yeah.
Because I mean, what happens? What happens to you when Kurok takes the reins?
Um, for a long time, it was my vision goes dark and I wake up in a place that I'm not familiar with.
It's like a dream, or like you're going to sleep almost.
Yes. And then once we did the thing we've done to him now, where we essentially put him in a cage inside of me through manipulation of ki, um, it sort of turned into I see out of his eyes, my eyes, like being in a horse cart looking out the window. So I can still
Right.
at least observe the surroundings, and occasionally I give him direction, but that's about it. Um,
Truly a role reversal. Right.
yes. Um, but up until this point, the only time I'm ever able to let him out is by giving him the control, and then it shifts the body into the either the claws or the big toothy maw or the tail. Um,
Right.
and my body can only do that so many times a day. It can only physically take that strain so many times a day. And I was
Right. I
wondering
can
if there
only
was a
imagine.
way to just do that. And I got no response because I'm not as connected to her as you could. Do you
Right.
think you could spare the 10 minutes so that I could get a genuine response to the question? I was hoping
Well,
to not have to bother you, but
I think if I try it again tonight, let me search. I mean, I could try. Let me see. Where is commune? Commune. 2 more times 50 the next long rest. There's a 20% for each category. You get no answer. All right, so well, I could do it. I can try. There's a chance that
there's a chance you get no answer.
we won't pick up the the line on the other end because I've
That's fair.
already used it
Pick
once
up the
today.
phone.
I say pick up the the sending stone, so to speak.
Yeah.
Right. I could sure. I mean, I'm just out here trying to keep watch for a dragon. Nothing seems to be on the horizon so far, so 10 minutes probably won't hurt us. And we're together, so it's all grand.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna get out he's gonna get out his stuff. And I'm like, all right, talking to the moon maiden twice one night in such a way. That's new for me, but we'll see how it
Again,
works.
I really didn't
Uh,
want to have to bother you, but I
oh, brother, this is not a bother. You're asking me to talk to my best friend, right? It's not really a big deal. Uh it's just new. That's all. And like I said, I was just out here singing to
Sorry.
myself and
Hmm?
oh,
Sorry, I was rolling in preparation for what's about to happen,
Oh boy.
and I blurted out, "Oh fuck, I just rolled a 26 on my percentile dice, and the
oh.
percentage possible failure was 25. So we're good to go."
Okay. All right. So yeah,
Just
so
move.
as I'm clear is we need to know if there is a way, if such a thing exists, or find a way, if it is even possible for a voluntary switcheroo of who's in control of your body
Yes, without needing to
without
and then
danger, without
yeah, and then he uses whatever in-universe terms are necessary to say without the need to burn a rage.
right, yeah, without the impending
Without
danger
getting
spurring
pissed
your
off.
Yeah.
right. Yeah, emotional. You don't want it to be an emotional response, right?
Yeah.
Uh, so okay, right. Well, the best therapist I know is the Moon Maiden. So, uh,
Thank you again.
let's see what she says. And if the answer is a yes, I guess I have to narrow it down as to okay. Well, it's good. It gives you hope. That's all grand. But then it's a question of, well, how do you learn that? My guess is that's going to be uh, either you got to find someone who knows how to do what you want to do,
I doubt anybody
or
knows how to do what we're trying to do. I'm almost certain I'm the only kind of this kind of werewolf that exists, unless someone else
well,
has discovered the magic that did this.
I guess you're all right. Well, I will try and play it on my ear. But so, all right, on we go. All right, casting the commune spell for the second time in one day. This is the first. Awesome, sweet,
Lovely cool
and
breeze. The air
oh,
gets heavy around both of your shoulders.
okay. And he's just gonna waggle his eyebrows. He's like, oh, right, okay. Well, oh, Moonmaid, how fancy seeing you here so soon. Uh, well, thanks for coming again. I feel like you got a lot of people to talk to. So I'm gonna make this short. Is my brother here in a fellow moon dog, if you will, uh, Foggy has a question about whether it is possible for him to learn how to give his passenger Kurok control of his body at will and not requiring impending emotional emotional disturbances and danger, you know instead of that. Is it possible?
The air is cool. It's heavy. It's cuddly. It's affectionate. It curls up and around your ears, brushes against your cheek. It is definitely a pleasant experience. And I don't know if Gregory's watching his DMs.
Oh,
uh I think you're messaging me.
I'm about to
Oh, did
be.
I? Ah, shit, I did. I fix it.
Ignore it. You didn't see it.
I did it several times, actually.
Dusk is like, what's going on?
I accidentally sent several
What
of
is the
these
meaning of this?
messages the wrong place.
The Moon Maiden's also a moon dog. Who knew?
How many of those did I send to the wrong place? 1, 2,
Okay.
3 total.
Ow.
Sorry.
Oh, was I supposed to be getting a bunch of what I just got while I was talking at the moon?
You got chuffing when you
Mm,
were sitting in the Southern Theater, and then you got chuffing again when you were sitting on the front lawn.
gotcha. Okay.
But I fucked it up.
It's all good. I I saw the messages, but I hadn't checked them. And I was like, oh wait, oh yeah, no. Unless suddenly Kurok is in my body. Oh no. Anyway,
Oh
um,
no.
oh no.
All right.
So the cool breeze so that suggests. I'm sorry, I missed. Was that
It
Comforting.
suggests
comforting? So
affirmative.
affirmative. All right, and then Dusk will open one eye and kind of give like a thumbs up, and then he'll ask, "Good news, glad to hear it. Um, is this something that Foggy has to figure out for himself?"
You are going to get a non-committal uh, that indicates for you that you clearly have asked the wrong question.
Okay.
That you asked the question incorrectly. You
Uh,
can't answer like that. Not that one.
eh. All
You
right.
asked if it's something Foggy has to do or something
Well,
she has to do. What was your question?
is it okay? Well, the first question is it something Foggy has to self teach himself to learn how to do? Basically, that was the question.
Right, and you got a
The answer is
non-committal.
no,
That's not how that
or
works.
non-committal. Okay. I was like, all right. So, in other words, well, is that something that with the right ritual that you could help us out with, since your magic, your power is what's tying Korok to his body, his being. Is this something that you can help us with?
The air around you gets lighter and warmer and less uh uh it's a negative.
Negative. I'm gonna
Okay.
say, all
He's
right.
pulling away a bit to indicate you don't need me.
Don't need me, but not necessarily something you can self teach yourself. So, yeah, long story short, you're not gonna. It's practice isn't going to make this work for you. It seems.
Okay.
It's and the Moon Maiden isn't going to be the solution either. She's, I think, not hands on enough for this type of
That's
thing.
that's fair.
So, I guess that means you need some sort of guide or mentor or uh, coach to work with you on this matter to teach you how to do
That
it, or at
that or
least
maybe
help
it's
you.
not a decision I have to make. Maybe it's a decision that like is entirely a him choice at any given moment.
Right. I mean, I mean, maybe the way I worded it is too personal to you, Foggy, and maybe maybe another chance I can rephrase it to include Kurok's
Hold
uh,
on.
agency to this.
He thinks to himself for a minute. Just focuses on his breathing and waits for this DM to finish typing.
Do you need me to say boo?
No, give me a minute. He closes his eyes and he breathes. Focuses on Kurok for a minute. And I suppose internally he'll just say, "Do you want to try?" and just like relaxes and pulls himself back a little and just sees what happens. He's going to look up at the moon and he's going to let out a big loud howl. I physically can't because I strained my voice earlier, but
In this moment,
he
tips his head back and this sound emanates from his face. To Dusk, but very familiar to Foggy.
I think you said
Foggy's body is not altered.
I'm going to open my eyes and I'm going to look at Dusk, or rather, I assume Kurok would open the eyes and look at Dusk.
Do your eyes change?
In my head,
Eyes
when I've
open.
been... Yeah, you first, Mama.
They have changed color like they usually do when Kurok takes over. But you opened your eyes, and Kurok opened your eyes. An agreement, it's a shared activity. It is a thing you both chose to do in the moment.
Huh.
And your feet itch.
He's just going to look around a little bit. Internally, is there anywhere you want to go in particular, or do you just want to go?
And the next thing Dusk sees is the two of you bounding off into the bushes and trees. It is a joint decision. You feel the desire and the direction you wish to go as if it were your own desire. And off you go.
Awesome.
The Dusk will just be standing there alone and be like, well, that was easy. And he's just going to kind of finger guns to the sky. He's like, another one for the Moon Bros.
He'll probably be willing to do that with Kurok for like probably at most an hour before we should probably go to sleep.
Yep. Anytime Kurok has the desire to take a run, you'll get an awoo in your head as a request. And all you have to do is awoo with him. And the two of you will, in tandem, do things.
Okay. Foggy, you'll keep that in mind from now until forever.
Well,
Or, until someone hears you of a curse.
Yeah, well, Oh, didn't we learn that remove curse doesn't fix this one? Because I've had remove curse cast on me since this has been done to me in Kurok's state.
Oh, good. I didn't remember.
Yeah.
Well.
That was it.
Awoo.
Well,
Thank you, Mama.
The
Moon
awooing
dogs
is
for the win.
complete.
Well, Dusk will just sort of whistle to himself as he continues his patrol. Just, all right, another happy customer.
Right. Everybody seep in. Is the sun gonna come up? And there's young men in the kitchen making bacon and biscuits, and young lady helping out in the kitchen brewing tea and stuff. Things happening in the kitchen. And Foggy will have eventually come to bed, and I assume that Dusk will have eventually gone to his bed, which I can't remember where it is. There it is.
Yeah.
So it's morning, and I would like wisdom saving throw from Snaps and from Foggy.
Oh
This is
boy.
not the one we ended off last session. This is a different one.
This is the next morning,
This is the next one.
because it was
Oh,
Dusk and
that's
Rasa
better.
at the end of last session. Oh,
You
no,
had
it
us
was the two of you.
both roll, and we got a 12.
Sorry.
We both got
Yeah,
12s.
those are the two.
Yeah.
Okay, so yes, that's fine. That's the 12s it is. Great. Fantastic. That's the morning of day 60. So today is the day that Countess Marina, Yaren, LaSalle, and Janelle, I can't remember her name, are leaving town.
All right.
And unless there's something in particular that anybody needs to do on that day, we could literally just go to bed because I have shit that's gonna happen in the morning.
Oh.
Okay. Probably more anxiousness and planning and asking questions with unclear answers.
Yeah.
I think only thing that Maya would want to do is make a trip to see them off solely for the intent purpose of
Saying goodbye to the
looking
kid.
at the Countess
Oh.
and if you guys ever felt the need to stop by Equinshire on your way home, you'd be welcomed. And then to give LaSalle a hug before they left.
Rasa would
Okay, wait.
want to accompany Mayev with that trip to see them off.
So Maev and Rasa, at least, are going to the Peasley to say goodbye to Countess Marina.
The child.
The child, give the child the message that if she and her countess ever decide to stop by a place called Equinshire, she would be welcomed there. Okay. And Rasa will then hand over the letter that Sarah is eventually going to write an email or text to me.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody else joins the party, joins the two of them to say goodbye, they will all get, all the jovial praise from Marina and Yaren. And, Yaren does the brotherly goodbye thing. He's still a little timid around Foggy, but seems to be a little less avoidy.
Dusk was up most of the night, so he's fast asleep in his bed still.
Oh, Dusk's missing the departure.
No, he's asleep. He's asleep. He already had his business conducted with Countess Marina. So
Okay.
I do want to talk to you in a little bit.
Okay.
Hey. You gonna be okay out there?
Yeah. Yes. Uh, travel home should be swift, and Countess Marina can do what she needs to do no sooner than she's promised she would do it. And then we've got a little exploring to do, me and my mates, but Marina and the girls will stay home for a while.
All right. Oh, I had one
You,
question.
yeah,
I cut you off when I said that. You first.
I you're a good man. And
I try to be.
sometimes people make snap judgments. And I'm just glad not every possibility always happens the way it could happen.
There's a sudden upward nod of understanding. Yeah. May I ask
Ross
what
is
you
lucky
saw?
to have you. I'd rather not admit my own failings.
He nods. Okay.
I now know that you are an honorable man, and Rasa is blessed and lucky to have you. And that's all that matters.
He nods again. Okay. I just wanted to check in. I hope you didn't mind.
Thanks.
Safe travels.
Yeah. Thanks. You too.
Foggy pull him aside for that, or were we all still sort of clustered?
I don't know, Foggy, did you take him aside for that, or did everyone have to hear that?
I wouldn't have specifically pulled him aside, but it would have been I'm gonna get kind of close and have a whisper conversation. So if anybody wanted to attempt to listen in, I
Yeah,
wasn't
cool.
exactly trying to hide, but
Let me roll to see how well he was able to keep himself quiet. Okay, he rolled a 3 in trying to be
quiet and respectful.
quiet and hush hush in his responses to Foggy. So if you roll better than a 3, you overheard him.
All right.
Okay. Which one was that? Oh, for once, she does a fantastic perception roll at 18. I think I'm
Yay.
just gonna his head for a second. Say, his words about his
Sorry, I'm
vision
having trouble
was-
hearing you.
Sorry,
You're
his
grabbing.
words about his vision were glad some things didn't work out the way they could have.
Yeah.
Maev will just sneak into his head real quick and go give him like the broad strokes of her vision.
Sorry, Ash, your microphone's
you're
really
being
fucking up.
dumb.
You're gonna speak in his head, and I'm just losing the first couple of sounds you make every time you start speaking after a silence.
Okay. I'll try to get my shit together and talk all at once. She's gonna talk into his head, giving him the broad strokes of
No.
her vision with LaSalle having married Siggy, sort of kind of lead into the fact that sometimes they can be good things that work out. Just as a little reminder.
I'm so sorry, Ash. Your microphone is really fucking up.
I heard her just fine through all
I
of that.
believe that you said into his head, it's me.
Might be you.
Yeah, I think it is. Because suddenly you
So
started
you guys
cutting out on
heard
my end,
everything she just
Yeah.
Yes.
said? Great. Just
And you're a little
Yeah,
choppy
she
and
came through
delayed.
pretty clear for us, I think. Yeah.
well, we'll see if that.
And much less choppy. She essentially gave him the broad strokes of the wedding vision that she had, reminded him that her town was called Equinshire, and said sometimes it's a good thing for it to work out the way it could. I now have dead silence. Did I lose everybody?
No.
I can hear you.
I think
But if
apparently I'm the only one who can't hear you.
Well, shit.
Oh, no.
It's okay. I will hear it in the recording. Oh, there she's gone. I will hear it in the recording.
Yeah, it's fine.
Quick
That's
summary.
right.
She's going to tell him about the wedding vision that she had.
Cool. Great. I'm not sure that would actually make him feel better or worse, because that means what he saw might still come to pass then, and he's not real happy about that possibility.
Mm-hmm. Oh, she tried.
Okie dokie. Trotting down the road, and I guess they rented a carriage from someone, and they will ride out of town, headed back to Salt End Landing to get on a boat. It's done.
Cool.
And then it is 11:15. We have a kid with a retainer who's uncomfortable.
Ooh.
She's woken up one.
Chris has been fighting a migraine all day, I think. Or no, that was Sarah that was having a headache all day.
That was
So
me.
my question is, do you want to continue into the morning, or do we want to start the next session on the morning of day 61?
Kind of want to know what's going to happen.
I'm ready to continue and stop at any time anybody else feels like it.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm fine.
I'm
but-
sort of starting to fade here, but that's just
Let's-
because we had a.
Let's go into like, I don't know, 15 minutes, and we'll call it. How about that? 15 minutes or so. If that's enough time. If that's not enough time to
Get
get
the
into what.
exposition of the next day.
Yeah.
Can we at least get, started?
Give us a cliffhanger, you know. Give us a little.
Yeah.
Okay, well, anybody doing anything before bed?
Well, not to spend tons of time on it, but I probably would. No. I would probably commune. And it basically would be real quick to try and start narrowing down if the dragon's lair is closer to Okarthel or closer to Barker. Is it closer to make it a yes no question? Is it more closer to Okarthel than it is to Barker?
The answer is no.
Okay. Okay. Let me. I don't have the map. Okay. Well. So it's more towards Barker now. I was gonna say, is it okay? Yeah, I was gonna say, is it closer to? Is it more? What's the word?
The exact
Yeah,
same,
right.
just-
Is it closer to Have a Hollow? Is it more closer to Have a Hollow than Barker now?
No.
No. Okay. And the last question: is it more closer to? I'm gonna swing for something here. Is it more closer to Salted Landing than it is Barker now?
No.
Okay.
Working out. That's what we.
Okay. So it is in a radius that's less than halfway between Salted Landing and Barker now, roughly speaking.
Yeah.
Okay.
You learned a lot.
Yeah. Shit. Dusk has
I don't
this
know why
like
I didn't think of that first.
in my waning enough brain cells are starting to shut down that the ones that overthink are starting to go to sleep.
Yeah.
Here, way to put it.
They're like, I'm tired from overthinking. I'm going to sleep. And then the smart brain cells are like, okay, boss, let's do this. Okay. And
Baked
Dusk will
beans is
do
where the dragon lives.
yeah. And Dusk will do a quick see invisibility and then run to tell people what he just determined from this revelation of trigonometry of sorts or geometry. but he's going to make sure that nobody's scrying while he runs to tell people.
Okay, and this is obviously happening well after sunset.
Yeah, it wouldn't be as late because dusk
You're
is
doing it under the
gonna
moonlight, and you do not see any invisible things.
right, nothing invisible. So yeah, dusk will share that
Nothing-
information, and then he is going to keep watch for the night, and then do his thing.
Cool. Everybody go
Good.
sleepy night.
Sleeping at night.
Me.
EP.
This one goes over here. These two go out to the barn. And these sleep-ins and these sleep-ins and these sleep-ins and these sleep-ins. Great. Okay. So sun goes down and the moon comes up and there's some communing and the wind is blowing and the boys go off to sleep in the barn and little bit's not with you, so you don't have anybody that like gets up with the sun. Morning
I don't
is
think so.
definitely day 61.
Although Aste seems to prefer trancing to sleeping, so depending on when he decided to trance, he might be awake.
That's true.
I probably am awake, yeah.
Cool. So you are awake and sitting in the living room, and you hear from I don't know where you're zoomed in or out on the map, but from this general direction over here where I be pinging, you hear a
not the ping.
sound
I no see no
which
pings. Oh, there.
I don't see the
which
ping.
zoom out.
Yep. Okay, so the south. Okay, yeah.
Yep. So from that general direction outside, you hear a sound which Andrew would recognize as a freight train. I don't know what uh, Professor would recognize or associate with the sound.
A monster, probably.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And the windows are shaking a little bit in their frames. The door is rattling a little bit. It's a little disturbing. I don't recall if there are windows in the living room.
By the model I was given, yes. You see these little like things here?
So if you look out the window, you will see sections of the very young orchard
Mhm.
go up in flames.
Oh man. Okay. Alright. What do I got? What do I got? What do I got? What do I got? What do I got?
I will tell you that the view that you have out your window, you see that this tree and this tree and this tree and this tree and this tree have all caught on fire and are burning.
I see.
Yes.
And I don't have create water. I don't think. Let me double check. I only have shape water, which does not help me. Actually, it might help me a little. Well, a whole tree being on fire, that doesn't really help me at all.
I would like to say that it is the house is shaking. The windows are shaking, and pretty much everybody is going to be alerted to some shit has gone down outside,
Yeah.
Yeah, that
or
kind
at
of
least
noise.
some shit is going down somewhere.
What
That kind of
can
noise would
Me
probably
waking up on initiative.
reverberate Homestead.
what can I do? What can I do? What can I do? What can I do? I don't know how to save the trees. I'm not a druid. I cannot save the trees. Oh shit.
You need to get the Lorax. No, he'd only speak for them. He wouldn't.
Yeah. No, but I don't have any water spells but shape water. I don't know what 5 cubic feet of water does to help trees. Because I can grab 5 cubic feet of water from the tub or like the basin over here, but I don't think that's gonna help very much.
Up to you.
um,
Rasa would, as soon as she's woken up, if she thinks that there's any danger, she's going to try and, suit up as quick as possible. But if there's any alert, any sound of screams of fire or anything that way, it would make her hurry up and rush quicker.
yeah, Asta would probably
Um,
remark that there's a fire outside, because that could jump to the house very easily.
then yeah, Rasa would probably move a little bit faster.
He's
As
gonna
long-
wake up. He's gonna wake
Oh,
up the
why
cleric
don't
as
we
well.
just roll for initiative and see who wakes up when?
I didn't test any dice yet.
Wait, I guess that means I don't really have to then. Okay, that's fine. Because I'm already awake.
We'll probably need your
Well,
initiative anyway.
actually, you could take one turn. Actually, yes, roll for initiative, and then I will let you take one turn before the rest of the group takes their first turn.
Well, that's a nat 20 for 22.
22.
20.
Say.
Amazing. We're on the good
And
initiative.
let's see. Rasa is a 17. And Snaps is an 18.
Sorry, you did not want me to roll for you.
Dusk is a 9.
A 9.
19.
6 and a 9.
A 19. And Maiev is last. 17. Before or after Rasa?
Rasa's dexterity is an 18 plus 4. So my guess is, yeah.
After. Cool, cool, cool. I'm going to rewrite that because y'all bunched up so close together.
You didn't want. Sorry.
Okay, Aste, you do definitely get one turn before some other shit happens.
Is everyone up already? Or
Yeah, well, they've all heard it, but I'm letting you take 6 seconds while they're all hearing it.
yeah, I'll
So-
what's the oh, goodness, I can't even go that far. Okay, I'll come over here and just kind of yell out that there's a fire outside and everyone needs to get their game face on. I don't think there's much else I can do, so
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you say you ran outside though?
no, I ran to the hallway where the others are so they can hear me
Okay.
better.
Cool, cool, cool.
I just could only
Right.
go this far from the
And
window.
then this is a setting. And it is an aura. Five. We're gonna go with blue. Nope, that did not work. I gotta fix it.
Our clerics should be hard at work preparing create or destroy water, I'm hoping.
Alrighty, so that thing happens, and then top of the round. Do. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, and then Ostay's up again
All
because
right.
you rolled the best in initiative order.
I guess I will make it easy for the fellows to get out of their rooms by opening some doors. I don't know. I'm not looking in the rooms. I'm just opening the doors for them so they can get moving. And then I will head back over. Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah. I guess I'll probably make like about there. Pretty sure it's.
Wait, did you move?
Yeah,
What are you doing?
I did this path basically. I opened the doors for them so they can get out easier once
Okay.
they're like ready. That's really all I can
Okay,
do. I
cool.
don't have any magic for this. I'm kind of
Alrighty.
relying on them
The
for this.
wizard doesn't want to run directly to the dragon by himself.
Cool, Foggy. What are you gonna do?
You know, I didn't even think about that. Oh shit!
What, the fact that the thing setting everything on fire is a dragon, or the fact that you could have run directly into
I-
the dragon?
I thought some hooligans used a little bit of fire magic. I didn't even think about the red dragon coming through here.
Cool, cool, cool. Foggy, what are you gonna do?
Panic! Uh, um, yeah, I'm running. I have a move speed of 40 feet. Yeah, basically. 30, 40,
That's 25. That's 40.
yeah, I'm basically
You want me
just
to move you there?
I'm gonna action dash to this point. Yeah, if somebody could move me there, that'd be great. To where that 60 point is, I'm gonna action dash to that point because I don't want to rush out alone by myself either.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I'm gonna wait till everybody's ready, and then we're gonna burst out of here together because I don't have a way to extinguish fires either.
Oh
Otherwise,
shit.
I would. Whoops!
I fucked up the map.
You should be able to just Control Z. There you go.
Fabulous.
Hey.
It did it again.
Oh
I am
no.
on the wrong layer.
Oopsie.
Zooming in to where you are. You did. You stepped up to a Weeno. Did you look out the Weeno?
Yeah.
You did. Are you
I,
sure
I,
you looked out the Weeno?
I'd glance.
Glance out the Weeno. And in a distance. In a distance. You gonna see something.
Can we decide I don't?
No.
No. Okay.
Don't know how to show it to just you.
I mean, we're all gonna find out eventually.
You're all gonna see it eventually. In the far distance, you see that.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Okay.
In the
Oh.
far distance.
Tell
Far
me it's not that
distance.
big.
Does it really have a rider?
Well,
without a perception
can't
check, I
see
doubt
it
I can tell
yet.
from that distance.
Good.
Spooky.
I know I action dashed, but would you give me a perception check to see if that rider's real?
Sure. Can you see where he is now? Out the Weeno?
Oh Lord. Okay. Cool. Love that. So
So
perception
if
check.
you can zoom your screen enough that you can see both your token and his, if you can see the rider, you can see the rider.
Yeah, I have a zoom level in which I can, on the YouTube video, I can set it up to where I can see both.
See both tokens. If you can see the rider, then you can see the rider. If you can see something that could be a rider, then you see something that
Oh,
could be a rider.
yeah. Yeah, it is a little. Yeah, with both our tokens on the field, there's that could very easily be light playing tricks on my eyes. All right.
Oh,
When there's something
snaps.
dragon in your neighborhood,
Oh,
who you
God.
gonna call?
Yeah.
Eyes of Amethyst.
Snaps. What are you gonna do?
Flail, as she kind of falls out of bed and tries to struggle into her chain shirt and grab her spear, and Foggy's already gone, and she's gonna then run, um, and 15, 20, 25, 30, is on my chain shirt my action? Basically trying to arm up, or am I
You can
without
still dash.
armor?
I let Foggy dash. You can dash. Everybody can dash.
Okay.
I'm okay with dashing while you pull on your clothes or your armor.
Buddy, I'm gonna tell Samity. Is Samity sleeping in here, or is she sleeping in the barn?
Oh, she's there and she's awake and cowering on the couch.
Okay. I'm gonna tell her, um, I see Foggy looking in that direction. I don't see what he's looking at yet, but I have an idea of what's going on. I can see fire. I'm gonna tell Samity to climb out that window, stay low, get to the barn, get to the boys, and just get away. Get away. Hide in the woods.
Okay, when it's her turn, she's going to freak out about that.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that's well, if I used my tabaxi feet, I could double my movement and still have an action. Is that can I do that?
Mm-hmm.
I believe we
Okay,
used to
because I'm
call
gonna
that
put a death ward
engage
on
kitty
Foggy.
paws.
Yeah, engage kitty paws,
Kitty paws. Let's
instead
go.
of dash. Engage kitty paws and dash. I will still end up where I am, but I'm gonna use my action to death ward Foggy.
Okay, remind me what that does. That's the half orc. When I go down to 0, if I don't outright die, I pop back up to 1.
Correct. And I don't need to concentrate on it. It just is for 8 hours.
Cool.
Woohoo. Rasa, what are you gonna do?
We're gonna run. Um,
Action dash.
yeah, hold on. 40 each. So 5, 10.
I mean, there's a Weeno right here. Just saying.
Where's a Weeno?
I do.
You're not pinging on the right
Being
layer. I
on the
think.
wrong layer.
Oh, fuck nuts. I hate all this layer shit.
Okay.
There's a Weeno, right? I'm pretty sure that's a Weeno.
15, 20, 25, 30. That gets to me to 35.
It will take
Bear
you
with.
an extra 5 feet of movement to get through the window, but you can get through the window.
Give me just a second. I'm trying to remember what is Rasa versus what is Ayla. So I do have teleportation. Please hold. Rasa's not a smartphone. I don't need to break windows. Bonus action. Oh God, how much do I really want to f things over? Oh,
How
hush,
bad does Rasa want to die?
basically. So Rasa can get to there. if she really wants. And I'm
So-
thinking that as of right now, she does not see the dragon because of Dusk's room.
Draw a line. See if the line passes through Dusk's room.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't see it then.
Funnily enough, I think there are 2 windows there. There's one right.
Oh,
hold on,
yeah,
so you
you're.
see- There's one right
yeah,
here, and then there's one right here.
Yeah, you could kind of you could tell there's something up there in the sky.
Okay.
Yeah, there's some shit
that
going
would
down out
totally
there.
make a
Fire.
decision
You're
as to
probably
whether
casting
she
the shadow,
jumps
yeah.
all the way out to try to take care of fiery trees, or if she goes a little bit more cautiously. So if she can see, probably would not go all
Also,
80.
everything is on fire.
Yeah. So I think she's gonna go out to like here. So I will try and remember what it was. Nah. I can do controls, I promise you, as I make the screen go wildly out of place. She's gonna go about here.
I'm stressing.
And that's bonus action to do that. Yeah. I have to mark the thingy-majiggy.
I believe those are the ones that are on fire.
Yeah, but she's not going to worry about fire if there's a flippin' dragon coming down on her ass. And then using... No, because I think that's a bonus action too. Flippers, there's not enough bonus action. Oh, it's as an action. So I do have an action then.
To do psychic whispers.
To do psychic whispers, and I think the only 2 I can see through windows right now would be Maiev and Dusk.
Hello.
And she would basically be screaming in their heads to get their asses out of bed.
I'm trying to buckle on my armor. That's why I'm 9. Normally I'm a little faster.
And that would be it.
Cool. Great. That was Rasta. Maiev, what are you gonna do?
I believe we have established that there is a window in my room.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go.
You
through
look
it.
out to Wino and you see the thing.
See the thing. Right. So I'm gonna go through my window. Don't know exactly where the window is. But I have 40 feet of movement. I lost it. Fingers are not working. Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 35. I think I get thereabouts. And use screen properly. Okay. You said this thing is in the sky?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Hate that. Doing fire things. How does this work? We're gonna get a little chaotic. Okay. Within 120 of me. Can't map. Cool. Hate that. I would like to do a chaos bolt. Dragon. That does a 16 hit.
Trouble.
Sorry, you just targeted a big red dragon? I'm sorry, I've got too many moving parts.
Yes.
You just targeted a big red dragon, and what was the hit to hit?
16.
16 do not hit.
Shit. Okay.
Well, I mean, it probably hits such a large target, but it doesn't seem to be enough to get past its hide.
Okay. Cooperate. Hold please while I do more reading. If you roll the same, no. Roll the thing. Hit. Do this. Hit. Okay.
Great.
Sorry, what's happening?
Not a goddamn thing.
Okay.
The button, but I did the thing.
Did you get mad?
It really worked. Yes, I got mad because it didn't work.
So you got mad, you tried to hit it, and you ran. That's 3 things. You're all done then?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. I don't know if this is visible. I'm gonna look and see. Faintly shimmering barrier. Cool. Okay. So, there is look, I have no token. I'm missing a token. I don't know what happened to my token. We're going to use a zombie token because I don't want to take the time to fuck around with that. That's not what I said.
You can set it up for
Boink.
next session. For now, that'll work.
Yeah. So, as the dragon, it's as it swooped into this position that you now see it in on its turn before any of you came outside, this little dude sort of floated up off his shoulder and at this point floats an additional 20 feet away from it and down closer to the ground. So it is about 60 feet in the air at the moment.
Oh, good.
And so from there, 15, 20 feet away is here and about 40 feet above the ground. So this is 40 feet up at the moment.
Cool. Hate that.
And while floating there, Suddenly, a faintly shimmering globe surrounds him. Like this. And this never happened. So I'm going to turn that off. There. So that's what happens on his turn. And then the boys out by the barn are going to start running toward the house. Meow, 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 meow. And then it's Dusk's turn.
Okay. Dusk is going to wrestle with his own armor and get that on, and is going to try to jump out the window too. 15, 20 to get out a window.
Yep.
Let's see. He's going to do Twilight Sanctuary as his action. That is a 30-foot radius.
Am I turning that on or are you?
I'm trying to find it to
I
do
will
that.
do it. Did you do it?
I'm changing the color to
I
that.
will sit back and let you do it. There you go.
All right. So I'm getting 20 feet over that way. And then I believe as my bonus action, I will do Steps of Night. And I am going to start climbing an altitude, but I'm going to go more towards Rasa and Maev and just
Okay.
motion to Rasa. It's like, need a lift? Well, I know. I'll fly over towards you so you can jump up if you,
5.
seem agreeable. So that's as far as
I
I can
will
go,
let.
basically.
Okay, so how many feet did you go after you set off your flight?
I will. I'll stay on the ground for now.
Oh, all right.
But I will motion to Rasa to like get on my back. Like if you want to go somewhere,
Cool.
go up in the
So,
sky.
for your flight, it's probably easiest to just assume that you can fly at the same as your walking speed. So if you go up 5 feet, you can go straight up 5 feet, or you can
Right,
go forward and up 5 feet
right.
in each thing.
Yes, right.
So for each step forward you take, you can rise an additional 5 feet.
Correct.
Okie
But right
dokie.
now I'm staying ground level.
You're on the ground.
Yeah.
Samity is going to scurry out the window. 5, 10, 15, 20. And 5, 10, 15, 20, dash around the corner and start waving down the boys. And then
I gotta do my D6. Spends. Whatever our level is. 9.
Do not see any auras at all, by the way. If there are
can't see
auras,
them?
they are not visible to.
Oh, you can change that. You have to toggle it to see and
I have to
the
change
DM.
it.
Yeah, I can toggle it
Okey-dokey.
so that I can see it, but you need to toggle it so everybody can see it.
Aura, tint color, C. Save setting.
Maiev. Oh, that guy has an
Aura,
aura too. Oh,
tint color, E. Save
And I
settings.
rolled I rolled a
Aura,
13 for Twilight
tint
Sanctuary.
color, E. Save settings. Everybody's tints are tinting.
Hooray!
Great. So then, align. Here we go. Hmm. Yep.
Whoops.
If you, I copy the line for you so that you can.
Thanks.
Oh no.
Yeah, we bunched up there.
And then
Oh no.
anybody with 120 feet of that, wisdom saving throw, please.
Wisdom is not a good thing to start with.
I knew I should have done different.
Does this require
Within
line of sight?
120 feet of the dragon at all.
That's really, really, really bad.
Well,
Rasa
of
got
his
it.
choice within 120 feet. So, yeah, pretty much if you're within 120 feet, it does not specify that he has to see you, just that he's not preventing it from bothering you.
It's like
I don't know.
the boys in Samity too.
I
Amity
got
and the
an
boys to you?
I got an 8.
Oh boy. Okie dokie. Great.
Hold on, I'm trying. Dusk is a 16.
Put it into chat.
I know.
8, 16.
It's impressive.
So bad at wisdom is. Right.
Cool, 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 cool.
You can end your turn in the bubble and remove frightened twice. Instant. Technically, I. Not
What is happening?
something very.
Apparently, the adult Red Dragon changed with the 2024 books, and it took me a minute to get back to the real one.
The real one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Please, yeah. I don't know if you want to throw 2024 baddies at us.
Yeah. It was different. This feature doesn't exist on the 2024 version of this creature. Okay, so we have Dusk fail, Aste fail, Rasa fail, Maiev fail, meets it, beats it. So Snaps and Foggy succeed.
Oh dear.
So everybody else is frightened. Oh, the dragon.
Good.
So while you are frightened, you have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls as long as you can see the dragon.
Yay.
Okay.
And you aren't allowed to get any closer to it. You're not allowed to approach. Right? Frightened creature has I was reading the 2024 rules. I hate this shit. Frightened creature has disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the dragon is within line of sight. And you cannot willingly move closer to the source of your fear. So you can't choose to run closer to it, and your ability checks and attack rolls are at disadvantage when you can see it. That happened.
Good news.
I
You're
need
in
to-
Dusk's aura, at least later, in his Twilight Sanctuary.
It's only one turn that we can't do shit. Got it.
So I'm
You
frightened.
can try again at the end of each of your turns. So you can each try the roll again at the end of each of your turns. The DC is a 19.
Unless you're in my aura.
Well, that's. Can I just ask the order of operations for those two things? So Dusk's aura, we can either do one of two things.
I'd choose technically.
Well, that's exactly it. But I'm just saying, so he can choose to end a frightened condition, or he can choose us to get temporary hit points.
Right.
Would that choice come before or after our saving throw at the end of our turn? I'm asking the DM to do.
Yeah. The
order of
Twilight
operations.
Sanctuary. Yeah. The Twilight
valid question.
Sanctuary happens at the end of your turn as well.
Yes.
So I would say that you would take advantage of your Twilight Sanctuary and then do your roll.
Okay. So Twilight Sanctuary first, then the saving throw. Got it.
Yeah, that way you have a chance that the Twilight Sanctuary will cure the frightened, and then you can roll your whatchamacallit hit point.
Oh, so you're
You-
talking about the
the
opposite.
other way
You're
around.
just saying
So
our
do
saving
the-
throw first, Twilight Sanctuary
then
second.
Twilight Sanctuary.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Cool.
Cool.
I had to ask the order of operation
No, that makes
question.
sense.
So
That's a good question.
All right, so that happened. And then
Don't say "and then" in that tonality as though more shit's gonna go down.
of course more shit's gonna go down. Why wouldn't it?
Now you're counting stuff.
This feels a little like payback.
Little?
After the shit I pulled, yeah. Well, I don't know. There's only one dragon so far. If there were like 3 dragons, then
Do
we
not
could talk.
tempt the
Just
DM,
shut
please.
Yeah, could you not, please? I shouldn't be involved in this, motherfucker.
Time on
Foggy and us are innocent.
60.
I'm caught in the
shut
black
up.
zone of your revenge.
It's not bad enough that we're fighting a red dragon and rider.
Around flammable things. That's a big cone.
Something's about to be
Hit
fun.
you soon.
I love
Motherfucker!
it.
You are too excited.
Foggy's toes about to get burnt out.
It's a little hot here.
I think I'm just out of it.
Alrighty, so
Well, I'd
frightened
argue.
people
Yeah.
So
are making dexterity saving throws.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'd argue we're both fine just because we're in the house.
I think so.
Is it what? No, Frank don't get disadvantage on saving throws, do we?
Unless
Unless it's a
his
hit.
frighten specifically says so.
Oh,
Give
yeah,
us the
unless
wordage
it's
on the
a
frighten
dragon.
again.
Frightened
It
creature
says
has
you have
disadvantage on
attack rolls.
ability checks and attack rolls.
Right. So saving throws
So
are
we're good.
Hey,
like
you
that.
just
Sorry.
closed me out.
Daisy.
Go back.
I have advantage on. You said dex save.
Yes, please.
Damn it.
I have
Yeah,
advantage
not mine.
because I can see whatever this cone.
Woo.
Do I have evasion or anything yet?
Go to your
Features?
class features and scroll down. You have your uncanny dodge, and I don't think you have. You do have evasion.
Okay.
Son of a bitch, you're fucking rogues.
Okay. You can put Rasa down for 27 with evasion.
Jesus.
So
Also just
everybody who's in the area of effect, the saving throw was a 21.
You fit.
Damn it.
With not evasion.
And those, I don't remember what evasion does. I'll let Rasa do her own math. The
Rasa
damage
takes
I
no
rolled
damage.
is 62.
62.
I'm sorry.
You
What?
guys are basically dead.
Oh, I'm not.
That would be 62. 62.
6-2. Ooh.
You guys are basically dead.
What kind?
So,
Fire
evasion,
damage.
just so that you know, is
fire.
anytime I do a dexterity saving throw, if I fail, I only take half damage. If I succeed, I take no damage.
Yeah. Welcome to Rogues. That's why I had to drop a tower on Ayla.
Oh, anybody who had succeeded on the saving throw from being frightened is immune to being frightened if he tries again.
Okay.
Oh, good to know.
Cool.
So he won't, I'm just not going to bother having him try again since you were all the things
affected
happened. So
or not affected.
yeah, we're just not going to bother with that anymore. So that happened.
Unacceptable.
Then it's Ostay's turn.
Well, I'm frightened, so I'm gonna try and not be frightened.
That's at the end of
I'm
your
still
turn.
frightened. Well, what am I gonna do?
I don't know.
I'm right
Trying
I
is
here.
mean,
free
you could
action.
run toward the front door, but you can't run toward the dragon.
Well,
You can run toward
if
us.
as long as you
I
can't,
mean-
can he see the dragon?
Well, and the house is on fire, is it not?
Oh.
I'm gonna
The house is catching fire, yes.
I'm gonna position myself here for something very specific later.
Okay.
He's gonna like
Can-
wipe his
And
face.
if you're holding an action, you have to tell me what it is now.
Not yet. No. I'm gonna
Okie
wait to
dokie.
see how
Cool.
this next.
Foggy. What are you gonna do, Foggy?
I'm gonna turn to Snaps and say they're getting their asses handed to them out there, and then I'm gonna burst out the door.
Okie dokie.
Are we taking out the dragon? We were told to stay out of trouble.
Yeah. Okay. How do you propose
Trouble found us.
we do that?
Yeah, okay. Right, that was that. Oh, I want one further. It's fine. Ah, yeah, good enough. I'm gonna throw 2 radiant sun bolts at the dragon, assuming I'm in range. Oh god. 40. I believe my range on that is 60.
Okie
No, it's 30.
dokie.
My range is 30. Oh god, I do have to get closer. Son of a bitch. I have 10 more feet of movement, so there we go. There we go. Alright. 2 radiant sun bolts at the dragon.
Pew pew.
22 to hit.
2d2 does hit.
Nine points of radiant damage. Second one.
You said 9.
Yes.
Okay.
23 to hit.
Yes.
11 points of radiant damage.
Okie dokie. Anything else?
Bonus action, spend a key point, throw 2 more.
Okay.
17 to hit.
Nope.
Dickhead. 26 to hit.
Yes.
8 points of radiant damage.
Totally forgot to make sure he wasn't immune to radiant. He's not.
I had
Good
a
to go.
feeling it wasn't. Yeah, and because I am nervous, I did that instead of raging because I'm worried that it would not have in that moment helped anyway. So I have not raged. I did that, and I'm
And you
ending
are
my.
inside Twilight Sanctuary.
I am, so I should get my temporary hit points.
Yes.
Which is
D6
what
plus
dice
9.
size again? D6 plus 9. Thank
D6
you.
plus 9.
Ah!
Hey,
My
Snaps, what
dice
are you going to
fell onto the
do?
floor. Nice.
I'm gonna try to go help my friends. Okay. Here we go.
Rolled max.
15, 20, 25, 30.
Pause.
Is Dusk is floating. He's not considered within 30
I'm
feet
on
of
the
me, is
ground.
he?
I'm on the
He's
ground.
He's on
only
the
5.
ground.
Yeah, floating on the ground.
Okay. Floating on the ground. Okay, cool. That puts me in Maev's shield and Dusk's bubble. Maiev and Dusk, I'm assuming, look terrible from what I heard.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
a couple rotisserie chickens over here.
Okay. Panic.
Chickens.
Uh,
Siri cleric, rotisserie barbarian.
I'm gonna. Ooh. She's gonna say some shit in Infernal that Maiev has heard before, and she's gonna life transference to Dusk.
Ooh.
So 1 second, please hold for math. Not a great roll. I take 11 damage. He takes 22 healing.
Okay.
And
Bonus
it
action.
was kind of a shitty roll. Bonus action. She's gonna down a regular potion of healing.
Did she get hurt?
She's already done a spell. Well, because she got hurt by her own spell.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, life transference is you take damage and then heal your target for double that amount.
Gotcha.
And I rolled maximum on my healing potion, so I get all but one of that hit point back.
Nice.
Some currency conversion. That's my movement. I can't use kitty paws again because I haven't spent a turn just sitting there. That's my action and
Ah.
bonus action. I'm going to take Twilight Sanctuary, which is a 1, so 10 temporary hit points. And that, I believe, is my turn. I don't have to worry about fear effects.
What's a legendary action?
You need to be
One
concerned about.
action option can be used at a time and only at the end of another creature's turn.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Cool. Melee tail attack is reach of 15 feet. Nope, he's too high in the air for that. Wing attack costs 2 of his legendary actions, but it only affects things that are within 10 feet of him. He doesn't do anything. That's not a thing he can do right now because he's too high up in the air. So we don't have to worry about that. Rasa, what are you going to do?
Ross is gonna go fuck. And I guess she's going to hop on. I don't know how we want to.
You can either hold an action.
I know I'm gonna
or-
buddy up. I
Okay.
guess. Yeah. He's a freaking fire dragon, so that's probably not gonna do as much as we want, but maybe will.
Oh.
How high up did you say Draggedy Dragon was?
He is 40 feet up at the moment.
So if I'm 15 feet away, so he'd still be like out of 30 feet range, right?
No. Yes. He's 40 feet from the yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
More than 30
Okay.
feet. Yes.
Okay, so we're not gonna do that just yet. Oh shit. I don't do crap. Well, I guess we're gonna try a psychic blade because I don't see what else I can do. And that has a range of at least 60 feet. That does not hit. That's a lovely 12.
I'm sorry.
Yep. And we'll try one more time for just, shits and giggles at this point. And that's another 12.
Okay.
Which actually, those were both supposed to be at disadvantage, so it doesn't really matter because I am scared.
I forgot.
Yep. So it really doesn't matter. It can only get worse from there.
Yep. So
Unless we say both of those were for the first attack, not the second attack.
that I'll let the DM.
I know, that's why I'm asking.
No, you're scared. It's totally up to you if you want to re-roll both of them,
As a
but you
attack.
can't do better. So.
Well, I have rolled my dice.
Oh, so
twice
you wanted to apply both of them to the first attack
for
and
the
then
first
roll 2
attack
more
as my
times.
disadvantage roll.
Sure, let's
fair.
do that.
Okay.
fair.
Let's do that.
Throw your bone. I mean,
Pretty sure that doesn't attack either. But I figured we'd try. That's a
Okay.
14 to hit.
Not so much.
Didn't think so, but it was worth a shot.
Had to try.
Saving throw for wisdom.
you gotta be a 19.
Nope. That's
Okay.
a 14.
All right, then I'll end your.
And he's gonna be so nicety nice.
Well, I guess the question is: do you want temporary healing points more, or do you want to end frightened?
Can't do shit if I am
All right.
going to be frightened all the time.
Yeah, fair enough.
So I'm no longer afraid thanks to Dusky.
Ooh. So you wait. I'm still confused. Did you tried your saving
I tried my saving throw and I got a 14.
throw and it didn't work?
No, the saving throw did not work. But
Sorry, in my
used his
the saving throw didn't work. Okay.
saving
That's
throw
where I
did
was
not
lost.
work.
Okay.
But Twilight Sanctuary did work to eliminate the frightened condition.
Sorry, I
Instead of
got
gaining
lost between your second attack attempt and your saving throw attempt. I missed something.
There were a lot of dice
Okay.
rolls, and none of them were good.
Great.
Okay.
Maiev, what are you going to do?
Huh?
You couldn't get any closer to me.
No, I'm on your back. Uh-oh.
I think I'm gonna panic.
Well, you are frightened.
Oh, I couldn't get closer to you.
So where were you? Like one to the right?
Thank you for telling me.
He's doing fire damage.
Am I supposed to? Do I have to move further from them?
You can only
No,
move
you just
away.
can't move
You
closer.
can't move towards.
Okay, yeah, he said that I can't jump on his back, so I am no longer on his back.
I
'Cause you were
forgot
frightened.
you.
I'm scared. What do you mean, do I am?
Dust can back up into you.
Yep.
If it's good.
All right, what's Maiev doing?
That is being confused.
No, not confused. Frightened.
That too. I'm gonna kind of in a shaky voice, just kind of okay. Sun's getting real low. I'm gonna let my rage drop because I can't do magic doing rage thing. And I'm gonna reach into my waistband and pull out this fancy wand that I have.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna use my action to expend one of its 7 charges at the dragon.
What?
And I'm gonna have...
What are we doing? I'm so sorry. Wand of Wonder?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh boy.
And we're gonna roll a d100 and see what happens. That's a 98. And therefore, I could get my freaking screen to work. Okay. 98.
No way.
I targeted a creature. It must make a DC 15 con save. Please fail by more than 5.
Or well,
On
I mean,
save. Red
unfortunately, it
dragon.
has.
Saving throws.
Mm,
Con
help
is
the
plus
DM.
13. So 17 plus 13 is 30.
It's very constitutional.
Okay. Well, fuck.
Yeah.
Well,
Unfortunately, the dragon is
Maiev
not
pulls out a wand and
instantly
yells, "Fuck!"
The fact that the first time you use the Wand of Wonder, you land the Petrify spell is crazy.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah.
For the audience wondering, that's a 2% chance.
Yeah.
No,
Yep.
3%. 98, 99, or 100.
Yep. That's a thing that would have been real cool.
it would have been pretty dope.
So yeah, so that didn't work. So I'm gonna try my wisdom save again.
That'd be good.
I
Do
think
good.
it's
Do good.
my bonus action to let my rage drop. Oh, that's just a natty 1 for a 2.
So Dusk will make you not scared no more.
Cool. Love
That's
that.
right. No more frightened.
Cool. I have to read this spell. I don't know what this. Here we go.
Does it take the
In case. Oh no, you can't tell. Never mind. You wouldn't know. Coursing through a creature that you
Oh.
can see within range. Constitution saving throw. I'm gonna do a 50-50 chance here between Foggy and Snaps.
Okay.
Foggy is odd, Snaps is even. That's a 2. Yeah.
Is me?
Yeah. I need something.
I need a
Constitution saving throw 3, please.
Constitution saving throw, please. Oh, yeah, that's garbage. It's a 10.
Okay. Cool. I don't have that many of those. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll just do D&D Beyond.
Carry the 1, carry the 2.
That would be 33 points of searing pain, necrotic damage.
33 necrotic damage.
Yes, please.
Ouchie.
Going down.
And then I don't know if any of you can see him real clearly from a distance, but he's floating up there in his little bubble and grabs hold of a pendant or charm of some sort that he's got hanging around his neck and starts yelling something in unintelligible from a distance. You don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Great. All right.
Okay.
So that's that. And then initiative 16. I just have to check a thing. I'm so sorry.
Sorry.
D&D Beyond. But that is the end of his turn, actually, and it's the boys' turn, and they are going to run for the barn at Amity's instructions, and it's Dusk's turn next.
Okay.
Eric.
Dusk is shaking in his boots for a minute here. He's like, who's a big scary dragon?
Initiative is +1 is 17.
Let's see. Considering I've been thinking of what I was going to do this whole time, and now I'm like, wait a second.
That is wrong. 19. Oh, Dusk. Yes, Dusk is doing round 3. I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm debating on whether to do Circle of Power or Beacon of Hope. I've seen how Circle of Power works, but it won't work against Dragonfire, but it will work against spells, which are apparently here, so I will do that. I'm going to cast Circle of Power. Which is, I think, the same radius. Yep, same foot. It's the same radius as my Twilight Sanctuary.
Okay.
Concentration. Glad I got hit by that fire before I did this. Bonus action. Bonus action. I'm going to hidden step to turn invisible. Ninja. And I'm going to what?
Nothing.
I'm changing up the.
Yep, that's
I'm
exactly what I
yeah,
was just thinking.
I know,
We're
but
good. Keep going.
because this is I can't go closer. And I'm just gonna shout to Rasa, I'm right here still. I haven't moved yet. Behind you.
You could back up into her.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that. I'll kind of put my hand on her shoulder. And I will try to roll to save against the thing. Wisdom, right?
Mhm.
16 is not enough.
You'd be
Man,
so
I rolled
scared.
16 again. Damn it. Okay, so I will use my own Twilight to end Frighten. And I will sit here invisible, hoping for the best.
Cool. Samity and the boys are headed toward the barn.
Remember,
Samity,
Circle
go
Power
toward the
and Twilight Sanctuary is now active.
Cool, cool, cool. Um, yep. 40 feet up. Five and 15. Now he's 20 feet up. Him and no fire breath left right now. He failed his roll. So all he can do is reach of 5 feet. Nope. Reach of 15 feet. So he's going to have to come down another foot, 5 feet. And he's going to wing beat. I think. Nope, tail.
Oh, good.
And he can only reach Foggy at the moment. Wait.
Do it.
5, 10, 15 foot radius. 15-foot reach. I'm going to do the odd even again. Odd is Foggy, even is Snaps.
Please hit me.
That's a 4.
God damn it.
And Terry Snaps, I'm not picking on you. I swear it's the die. Okay.
I'm ready. What am I doing?
Not that. That was not what I expected to have happen. It's only 2d8 plus 8. How Snaps
Do I
looking?
get a save or an armor class, or
Well,
is it a 2-hit?
You just rolled an at 20, didn't you?
Oh,
it's a 2-hit. Yeah, it's a 2-hit, all right. But I rolled a natural 20.
You fucking.
I can do the gravy cleric thing. It's
Oh,
not
yes.
Gravy cleric.
but
Good.
not a
Yes.
nat
Natural
20.
Great cleric,
20. You
yeah.
can make it be not natural. You can
I
make
can
it
make
be
it
a
not
not crit.
Yeah.
Not
Right?
crit.
Not crit.
Yes.
Okay. Then a not
Just
crit
regular
happens.
damage.
Fabulous, fabulous. 2d8 plus 8 is 8, and 6 is 14, plus 8 is 22. Ouchie boo boo from a tail.
22.
2d2.
Ouchie boo boo from a tail.
Ouchie boo boo from a tail.
22.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay.
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 And that is all he can do. He moved 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. He moved 30. He's going to go back up. 35, 40, 45, 50.
How close to the ground
55.
was he again?
There you go. He's back to 40 feet. He was down to 15 feet, and now he's back up.
Oh, okay. Wasn't within range of Foggy then. Okay.
Nope.
Yeah, sorry. Actually, no, he would have had to have been 10 feet from the ground to be able to reach Snaps.
Right.
Can Foggy
I was
reach
trying
10
to
feet?
think.
Not if I haven't raged and used my tail yet.
Okay.
No.
So, yeah, cool. Great. Fine. We tried. Aste, what are you going to do? Is Aste sleeping?
No, I
Aste
was
got
muted.
bored.
No, I was muted. I'm gonna try not be such a pussy and stop being frightened.
Okay.
Because I still can't do anything.
Can you see him through the doors that we left open since he
You
moved?
can see him.
I mean, I
As
don't
long
think
as
I
you
can.
can get,
against him?
as long as you can get into my Twilight
I don't.
Sanctuary, you mean
I think the only thing that I have that reaches that is vortex warp, and I don't want to bring the dragon next to me.
You don't want to bring him
Vortex
in the
warp the
house?
dragon. Just vortex warp the dragon
But he
into the
might like
house.
that pretty rug.
And then there's also fireball, but it's a red dragon.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
But
do
that
it.
is
What
the
about your
Wait.
signature
first-
move,
Yeah.
catapult?
Wait, hold on. I think I'm smart. 1 second. All right, time for my second funny.
Okay.
You guys ready? I'm gonna cast You know what? I think fireball isn't gonna do it, right? I think I'm gonna cast thunderball.
Okay. What's a thunderball do?
It's a fireball, but I transmute it to thunder.
Okay. Love it. Let's go.
Yep. So it
Ooh.
makes a DC 15 dexterity save.
Dex.
Actually, make that DC 16. It's a whibbard.
Oh, he only rolled a 5. He only rolled a 5. Dexterity saving throws is +6 is 11.
Wonderful. It takes 10d6 thunder damage.
Fabulous. Let's go.
Roll big.
Yeah, really. 1, 6. Hold on, I need to count these up. So my first was 6 plus 3. Mm, mm, mm. You ran away.
Slow you down.
Come back. What's that number? That number. Holy shit. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One more. That's gonna be with that one. Those are the numbers I rolled. 6 plus 3 plus 3 plus 6 plus 1 plus 6 plus 4 plus 6 plus 3. But that's really good, actually. Now I need to.
6, 1, 6, 4, 6, 3, and 3 is 41.
So it
Minus
takes
41. Go.
41. Then I'm going to. I'm gonna do a thing, probably. What are my bonus actions actually? What bonus actions doth I have? Well, I'm not gonna Misty Step. I know that much. Okay, I'll do a quickened cantrip. Why not?
Sorry. Technically
Uh,
speaking,
uh,
you just activated a meta magic. Don't you get shit when you activate a meta magic?
yeah, I can teleport 30 feet, but
Did
I
I?
can't willingly move closer to the dragon by any means, I don't
You
think.
see through the windows to inside the bubble?
Uh, I guess but that's technically closer to the dragon, isn't it?
Maybe, yeah.
And I don't think there's windows here, right?
Yeah, that is probably closer. Never mind.
So,
Satch.
it's fine. So I'll just do a. I guess we can do I guess I could do a chill touch against it, right? I'm within 120 feet. Yes, I am. It's how high up?
At this point, 40 feet.
Would I be able to see it through the upper, like, height of the door?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
going to go with that. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna chill touch its toesies.
Okay. He'll touch his toesies.
Nope. That's what is that? +8. That's a 10 total to hit.
Oh, yeah. No, his toesies are just fine.
Okay, good. That'll be it.
Cool. Then
I'm surprised I actually had value in this fight.
you did great.
Oh, I need to roll for my fear, right? Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
yes, you
Yes.
do.
No. Okay.
Well,
Next.
Still scared?
Yeah.
Okay. This guy appears in the sky.
no more, please.
And this guy back here yells and points at Snaps. It's that one. I think. Who carries the bag of holding?
That would be me, and I probably
Okay.
would have grabbed it out of the house to take it with me, unfortunately, because I wouldn't want someone to sneak in and grab it, and I want to protect what's in it.
Cool. So that dude points at Snaps as this guy appears in the sky. Um, I have to figure out how this works. I'm sorry. Here it is. Dexterity saving throw, please.
At advantage.
Assuming it's magical.
Advantage.
Yeah, assuming it's magical, at advantage. Because of Will's circle of power.
Circle of power. Little bit taught me that circle of power was good.
Circle of power is
Yeah.
good.
Oh boy.
Both of those are not good. There's a 4 and a 7. What the hell is my dex? Is a 2, 9 is my saving throw.
But that's not how this is supposed to work.
That is not the kind of power he
The
was looking
dice
for.
are telling us to go to bed.
Refreshing my screen.
We're charged with juju, good juju vibes.
Oh, um, um, I think I would like to call for a potty break if that's okay.
I think we're probably fading to though, so I don't know if it's a good place to.
Potty break or just call it considering it's 1:45.
Yeah, I was gonna say we were thinking about doing a little bit of monologuing and talking before wrapping up the session, and then initiative was rolled, and we simply didn't want to stop.
It is a dragon.
It's a dragon.
I did Thunderball the dragon. That was fun.
So if you want to do a potty
Yeah.
break and then finish the round, sure. Or if you
Yeah.
want to just put a pause until next time, that works too.
Yeah. Let's have a
Something-
potty break. Yeah, hold, I'm gonna type a thing. Sorry, just another second.
Nope, you're fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's have a potty break real quick.
And the recording has to keep going, I think.
Oh, yeah, he does have to keep the recording running.
Nah, there's no nervous laughter. I'm about to. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm thinking my next turn, if said person is still alive, I'm vortex warping Snaps as far away as possible. I'm worried. The plot of Asteralian is far more important than any single of us. As bad as it would make me feel.
Okay.
And back.
I never
Yep.
left.
Yeah.
Is there is everybody else back?
Yes.
Yep.
Here.
Yes.
I'm a
Maya
lucky,
back,
I'm a lucky boy in that sense that
or is this
She's here.
typing?
I'm a lucky
Cool.
boy.
Oh yeah,
I,
because you pee less than the rest of us because you're down a kidney.
Yeah.
I'm down all my
that's okay.
kidneys.
Yeah.
All the kidneys are not working.
I was only born with one. The other one failed.
Yeah.
So
Anyway,
this dude appears in the sky, and the dude back here pointed at Snaps and shouted, "It's that one!" And a green ray shoots out from this location.
I don't see pinging if you're pinging.
I'm going to make a line,
Okay.
and it goes 60 feet. 60 feet.
Okay.
I will ask Snaps for a dexterity saving throw.
Another
That's
one
Again?
why
with advantage.
You already did it with
Yeah, she got the
advantage,
already
9.
and
did
you
it.
got a 9, right?
Yeah, I got a 9.
So the damage that she takes is 40 plus 40 force damage. And she and everything she is carrying except for her magical items are reduced to a fine gray dust on the ground.
Yep,
Say
that is
what?
that's disintegrate.
Excuse me?
So
Oh,
the bag of holding and some other stuff, her magical things, fall to the ground, and this cloud of dust occurs. And um, give me just another minute because I have a thought. So that happened. And within 6 seconds, so before Rasa would truly have an opportunity to respond to that, I'm going to say that a roiling dark gray cloud will immediately begin forming and pouring across the sky from above the barn and flying out over the roof of the house, with making as much of a racket as that freight train did earlier. And the storm is streaking across the sky with a roaring sound very much like a war cry. And the shape of the clouds is going to shift and change into an enormous, like the shape of a great big kitty paw, gigantic in the sky. And it's going to grab the dragon like a tiny flying mouse, pinning his wings against his body. And the war cry is going to be mournful, crying, wailing, as the dragon lets out its own freak out noises, and you can hear his bones cracking and crunching like twigs in the hand in this huge gray cloud paw. and the storm just engulfs him completely and rolls off towards the river, towards the horizon, away from the house. And you can hear the dragon wailing as it gets carried away. So we're going to take the dragon off the field. If I can get my shit on the right layers again, that's gone. And we can yep, there we go. That happened. And then it's Ross's turn. Everybody on the
Are we
call
sure
that I have
it's
talked to. Yeah, I talked to Snaps while we were pottying, and she and I are going to spend the next, because we got 2 weeks before the next session happens. And she and I are going to figure out what we're going to do about that. Whether I can
it's
come
more
up
than
with,
2
or
weeks.
we can come up with a plan
It's more
for
than 2
what
weeks
happens.
because
Huh?
we're off on the it's more than 2 weeks because we're off on the 29th.
Yeah.
So it's 3 weeks? We have plenty of
Well,
time to work it
next
out.
week. Yeah, next week is Candlekeep. I think. Yeah.
Boy.
Next week is Candlekeep, and then the 29th we're out, and then we're back for Dybrook, I think, on the 5th.
Yeah. So we got time.
Uh-huh.
We got time.
Okay, Ross, take it away.
Okay, Rasa, take it away. What are you going to do? The thing you were scared of is gone now.
I feel like it's an apt time to say that it's a free action to cry.
Yes.
No.
Shut your whore mouth.
You're the one most likely to do it, so be quiet.
Mm.
5, 10, 15. I pick up the fucking bag of holding.
And I don't know what other magical items are there, but I will just assume you pick it all up.
I'm mainly only giving a shit about the bag of holding with the precious treasure inside, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
Fuck. Told you we should have stopped.
Oh no.
Give me a minute. Like everything just went kablooey.
I know.
Actually, what does redo? Circle of blasting. Is it? It is
It charges.
thinking about recharge.
It doesn't. You're right. So then you have 1 charge left.
No,
0?
that's what it's. Sorry, we're trying to figure out stuff. So that's not
Go to the circle of blast.
Well, that's right. Aste did tell them all to run away if they saw the guy.
Yeah, well, we were worried about the dragon first, and then all of a sudden there was 2 spellcasters on
shit.
the field.
Yeah.
I think that's gonna do. God, sorry, my brain just stopped working after that.
I know.
To me.
You don't have to do that.
Yeah, I know. I'm just not sure anymore.
Scorching Ray is a +4 to attack.
I know.
So you do that.
Yeah, I know. I've been also rolling like shit. Okay, you're not helping.
No, I'm just.
Oh no, your earrings too.
You are so not helping here. I don't know what to do. Um,
Kill something
yeah.
or try.
Dusk has.
Without getting any closer, and I think that's kind of what is driving this. I mean, that's almost yeah, that's gonna be like the possible. She's gonna use her circlet of blasting, and she's gonna do scorching ray.
Ooh.
And her energy is 100% at Yatso that just did
Did the thing.
the yeah.
Is this person on the ground or floating?
He's about 40 feet up in the air.
40 feet up.
Am I close enough? Yeah, it's 120 feet. I'm definitely
Yeah.
close enough. First is 17 plus 4 to hit. So the first
yeah.
one will hit.
Yeah.
Second one
Squishy
will
mages.
not hit because that's only a 7.
Oh, okay.
And the third one is an 18 to hit.
Yes.
So 2. Can I just go to bed now?
The dice really don't like you.
10.
Dice are not happy about this situation either.
Yeah, 10. 10
Damage.
points of fiery damage.
Okay.
And that's it.
I'm assuming a war cry of some sort matching
Oh,
that
yeah.
of the cloud. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, yep.
Maya, what are you going to do?
She is definitely screaming. Both of those guys are up in the air. Both of those guys are in the air. I'm going to.
I would like to
close the
say,
distance.
Maiev, which one of the two are you looking at?
She had been looking at the one that was
Back over here?
the one to the south, yeah.
Yeah. As you tear your eyes from him, if you're deciding to change focus, you may realize that he's pissing himself. Pissing himself. After that cloud just went tearing through and took a dragon out in a heartbeat, he is pissing himself. Okay, please proceed.
Okay. I'm gonna remain in Dusk's general vicinity, but I'm gonna close the distance a little bit between me and Foggy. And I'm not good with the magic-y shit, so I don't know. I think you said there's a faintly visible bubble around the guy to the south?
Yes.
And I don't know if that's going to deflect anything or not. I don't do the magic-y bullshit. I'm going to launch a fire bolt at the one that did the ray.
Okay. This one. Squishy mage.
I don't think a 9 hits.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, a 9 does not hit.
Um, um, all be possible to use the inspiration thing that we get once per thingy majiggy. Once per day, the cool
Yep.
thing.
You've
To
got a rule of cool.
As she closes the distance between her and Foggy, she's just screaming, like the usual rage scream times probably like 1,000.
Yep. Tonsils
And
bleeding.
yeah, she's gonna kind of like probably drop to one knee and brace a little bit against Foggy, because he does the whole sunbolt thing. So he knows how to aim with these fucking things, and magic is not my fucking bag. And try to do the firebolt.
Okay.
What the fuck? Natural 1, 6. She quits.
It's the only, she only does it one time?
Yep.
Okay.
That was my attempt to make it seem cooler to be able to use the second roll against it, but it did even worse.
Okay. Foggy,
Yeah.
if you're with me, would you please also roll to hit to assist her? Not
Sure.
with advantage, just regular.
I gotcha. Using my modifier, I assume?
Yeah.
21.
So as you reach out and you're aiming and you're trying and you're screaming and you're shaking, Foggy can reach down and just sort of grab your arm and redirect so that you can successfully hit.
And now I'm gonna cry.
Rule of cool, man.
It's only gonna do a piddly 8 damage because it's just a firebolt cantrip, but yeah, that just
Better
happened.
than nothing.
At least he doesn't feel impotent.
Is that the end of the
Okay.
turn?
3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Yep, did it. This guy pissing
Hold on.
himself down. Yeah.
Can I talk to Maiev before the end of my turn? Before the end of her turn?
Before the end of her turn? Sure.
Maiev. Tell me not to do it.
And
Just tell me not to do it.
she's like the they're still up in the air, so she's not letting herself rage just yet, but that tint that happens, the embers that start to go when she does the rage, are very rapidly coming across her eyes. And she's just like she's starting to cry, and she's like, "I'm sorry, I can't."
If you glance up at him, he is covered in tears as well.
And she says
Yeah.
she cannot tell you not to do it,
I know.
whatever it is. Okay.
She can't be the voice of reason for this.
That was it.
Okay. The guy pissing himself blips out of existence
Yeah, of
after
course he
grabbing a
fucking
hold of
does.
an amulet on his belt, which you've seen him do that shit before. Then it is Aste's turn. The source of your fear is missing.
And that is the top of initiative, isn't it?
Yes, the dragon is gone and dead, so he doesn't get to go, and so it's Aste's turn.
Are we continuing still?
Do we want?
Yeah,
do
that's
we
true.
want to come back
I mean,
next
at
time?
this point, if you all want to take one pot shot at the bad guy, he is going to disappear when it's his turn, which is immediately after Aste. So he's going to blip out the same way he blipped in as soon as Aste does whatever Aste's going to do.
Is that right?
Unless there's something Aste can do to prevent him from blipping out.
Well, let's see what I can do here. I can give it one shot and see if it works. Does this guy happen to look like a humanoid?
This guy looks like a deep gnome.
Oh, that's wonderful, actually. Well, in that case, I hate to inform him, but I'm mad. So how far is so I can go here, and from here it's that much. Okay. I forget. Does my astral shard take place, like, can I teleport and then use the spell effect, or is that like a after thing? Because the spell I
In
want to
this
do
moment,
is
dude, in this moment, you can do it however the fuck you feel like it.
all right. Then here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna move
We're
30
using
feet.
your rule of cool too.
Yeah, we'll go here. That's there, and then we're gonna teleport 30 feet with my astral shard. Go here. Probably about right there, I think.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. And then I'm going to say, like, everyone's going to hear like a. I don't even know how to describe the noise, but it's like a bell ringing, I guess. And you'll like hear his voice reverberate as if it wasn't coming from him. And he's like, "The tides of the void do not erase, they do not forgive, they carry all things forward, even wrath, even retribution. And so I swear upon the light of the dead suns and the fire of those still yet to be born, you shall know what it is to be hunted across the endless dark. You shall know what it is to have the very universe rise against you." And he's gonna cast Hold Person to try and stop him from leaving. He needs to
Cool.
make
How does hold person work?
he needs to have a 16 wisdom save or be paralyzed.
Wisdom save.
And I will add a subtle cast to that,
Is
even though he talked a lot.
6 plus 9 is
They
15. 1-5. He failed.
yeah, so he's paralyzed. He doesn't leave on his turn.
So he can't reach up and grab his little amulet and blip out.
Yeah, he
Nope.
cannot. In fact, he can't move. I'm pretty sure he falls to the ground too.
That's true. So 40 feet. Well, would his levitate end?
Does paralyze stop
I
concentration?
don't think paralyze breaks concentration.
No, I don't think it does. Yeah, only damage does, or like a dispel magic or something.
Yeah, so he's just stuck up
Oh
there
wait,
40
hold
feet
on,
in the air.
hold on. The paralyzation adds the incapacitated condition.
Oh,
Ooh.
That's a different story.
Which means
You can't take actions or reactions.
yeah, whatever that means to you.
Okay. Yeah. So
Yeah, so he's still just floating up there.
Okay.
Cool.
But he is
Okay, well,
paralyzed.
he's stuck floating up there. He's paralyzed, so he can't blink out of existence. If you all want to take a pot shot at him before he tries again, or we can start that at the next session.
how many turns until dusk goes?
A lot.
Because wasn't I lower
All of
down?
us.
No.
Wasn't I lower down?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
he's
you're at the bottom.
paralyzed, so he can't do nothing. And then it will be Foggy, and then Rasa, and then Maiev, and then Dusk.
Just remember, while he's paralyzed, everyone
Everyone that
who
hits
hits him
every hit is
gets
a crit.
Yeah.
Every hit
Did
is
we
a crit.
skip Dusk?
Wait,
Yeah.
I think we skipped Dusk after
Because
Snaps.
Maiev went and did the
Yeah,
thing with Foggy.
I haven't gone at all this turn.
Oh, then Dusk should have had something he could have done. Sorry. I did
That's
Rasa
why I'm like,
Maiev and
wait
then
a second.
immediately up to Aste. Yeah, Dusk
Nice.
would have had a turn before Aste did all of that.
Well, darn.
And you would have had a turn, that would have been after the blurry guy blipped out.
I'm doing math.
No shit.
Okay.
26.
You're doing. Jeez Louise, dude.
What? Trigonometry. I mean, not trigonometry. I'm doing Pythagorean theorem. Leave me alone.
Hey, Dusk.
Yeah.
Rule of cool. Whatever the fuck it is, just
Sweet.
roll it.
Okay, cool. Incapacity.
This would technically would have happened before the. I don't know if that makes it anymore.
Oh yeah, he wouldn't be incapacitated at that moment.
Okay. Well, that just means no reaction. I mean, he still has reactions. I mean. Okay. Well, Dusk is not happy, but
Any
is
reactions
going
available?
to
Not a damn
react
thing.
more decisively and try to close the gap. So, ruler, if I go straight for this person, I can get basically here and up 30 feet at the same time.
Yep.
Which means I have, he's 40 feet in the air.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that means he's basically straight line about another 30 feet because 10 feet squared plus 25 feet squared is basically 26 feet squared or so. So 25.
You could get all the way. Yep.
So
I'm
I can,
happy with wherever you want to be.
if I dash, I can get there, but then I don't have any actions other than just if I can't grapple him. If we just want to shove a wood carving tool in his mouth. Just stop talking. Trying to think if there's any spell that I could
I just
have.
accidentally rolled initiative. I'm sorry. You can ignore it.
I will just take. Excuse me. I will take my chances with just a straight up command. A command. I'll get to. What did I say? Basically here. Right. And I'll cast command.
Okay.
And
what do?
I will
Saving throw first.
saving throw for what? Yeah, first is a saving throw, wisdom 16.
It's against magic. He gets an advantage. That's a 6 and a 5, and it's wisdom. So
Yes.
6 plus 9 is 15. That's the same
15.
as what he did for.
So he
He sucks.
fails.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he sucks.
He's going to command him to, and he's going to say, silence.
Okay. Silence.
Meanwhile, Dusk is roaring. Just
Like everybody else, we're all
like a
screaming our
bull,
asses
like a
off.
bull elk here. Just
Okay. Okay.
and yeah. So then
Rule of cool, but I'm gonna suggest maybe instead Dusk would tell him to drop it.
To-
The talisman.
well, I'm trying to stop him from
Uttering another word.
uttering a magical
Oh,
word.
casting another spell. Got it. Okay. I thought you were trying to keep him from leaving. Okay, and then Osti's turn happens, and Osti makes it so he can't go nowhere. And then his turn happens and he's incapacitated. Does he have to do something about that, or is he just incapacitated?
Technically, he gets another saving throw at the end of each of his turns.
Okay, so that is a 6 and a 3. What is going on with these dice? So
Thank
6
goodness.
plus
He's getting what he
9 is
fucking
still the
deserves
same
is what's
15.
happening.
Yes,
Yeah, because
that's what's happening.
if he was to actually make the save, I was gonna silver bars it anyways.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
No, same
And he would
15.
take the worst of the 3, yeah.
So he's still incapacitated, and then it's Foggy's turn.
Cool.
Right,
Fuck
1, 2,
any
3,
kind of logic of stay kind of away from him and shit. Foggy's brain has, for the most part, turned off.
Okay.
There are no more thoughts in his head. He is screaming hard enough through the tears that there is blood trailing from the edges of his mouth. I'm kicking on the boots, and I'm tackling him to the ground.
Okie dokie.
Sorry, I'm raging, activating claws, and then kicking on the boots and tackling him down into the ground. And I'm gonna just that thing that happens when like someone loses their footing for an eighth of a second in like the octagon in MMA. I'm just gonna get my knees over his hips and just pummel his face.
I'm ready.
If you will allow that to be the rule of cool, that means the first one, maybe if you're kind, all of them are at advantage. And I just want to pummel his fucking face. Although no, he's paralyzed
He's
anyways. So
automatic
petrified or
crit, isn't
paralyzed.
it?
Yeah, so it's already
yeah,
at advantage.
all of them are gonna be at advantage in critting anyway. So yeah, that's my plan.
Yeah. Cool.
So yeah, I'm
Let's
kicking
go.
on the boots. I have 80 feet of movement, so it's gonna be that, and then push him down into the ground.
And so that would be 4d6 of falling damage, right?
If you'll allow that to be how that works, yeah.
11,
Does
15, 16, 17. Okay.
doesn't Foggy take less falling damage because he's a monk too?
Oh, I was
I'm not.
making him take falling damage.
Yeah.
Foggy's on top.
Oh,
Yeah, and also technically speaking, I have a flying speed right now, so I don't take falling damage from that movement.
Damage. Okay, so you crashed him into the ground. That's 17 damage.
Yeah, and I am then also on him, but I don't want to put my token on top of his because then we would lose one of them. And then I'm taking the 3 attacks from my action first.
Okay, let's go.
First one.
Asta, you might have done a thing.
16.
I might have done a thing.
You might have done a thing.
A
This
good
is the
thing.
guy.
23
Yeah,
to
this
hit.
is 23 to hit. Oh yeah,
Yes.
that hits. It's an
Am I-
automatic crit.
Am I in fact a changer of
Yeah.
fates?
I think you may have changed this fucker's fate.
Yeah, so there's this. I need to remind myself what the added damage is for rage at this level. Rage, I add +2. So all of this +5. 6, 11, 16 damage. Second attack.
Damage. Okay.
24 to hit.
Oh, yes, it's a crit automatically.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 19 damage.
For everyone's 19. anyone's interested, his armor class is 11.
Next one.
Pass it.
25.
25 hits. Automatic crit.
Wouldn't be an auto. Right? Only auto.
17. That's damage.
Yep.
Next one. 26. I'm rolling better and better each time.
Yep.
16 damage. Okay, I'm now going to spend a key point to throw 2 more strikes. Alright, and 21 to hit on the first of the 2 from
Yep.
flurry blows. Just dropped one of my dice on the floor. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 damage.
Fuck. Okay.
And last one.
Dustin's shouting, "Don't kill him!"
He can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm sure he can, but he's going to shout it anyway.
What's funny is on this last one, I just rolled a natural 20.
Well, then you know your crit.
Yeah. I'm not gonna roll. I'm not gonna
because
roll 4
as-
times as many dice.
You're no.
As Dusk is saying, "Don't kill him," Maya is screaming, "Rip his throat out."
Here is what I will offer. Here is what I will offer. If the DM will even say it's acceptable. What do you think the DC on a wisdom saving throw would be to hold my rage back enough to not murder this fucker right now? 30?
At least 25.
I'm
Well,
requesting
I
a
was
genuine
thinking-
ruling from the DM.
Yeah, I was thinking that it would be a 20 for you, but Kurok's not helping matters any. So
Yeah, I'm sure he's not.
let's go with the 25.
Okay.
I don't think you could even do that if you tried with
Natural
all
20.
the advantages in the world. Oh no.
So if I
Guess what?
chose to, I could not kill him.
You could choose not to kill him.
Yeah.
You choose to kill him.
Sorry. Natural 20 for 23. Will you allow it?
No, see, you still have to kill him.
Okay, cool. All right.
You got no
Alright.
choice.
Well, yeah,
Rip
fucker's
his
dead. Yeah.
Fucking throat out.
Yeah. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 points of damage.
He only had 4 left. Well, how do you want to do this?
Yeah, it is. My knees are on either side of his hips, and I am punching until his skull is a red stain.
Red stain on the ground. Actually, I think it's a deep gnome-shaped grease stain on the ground.
Probably. And he's just
Okay.
going.
Just done. So that's the end of the battle. And we'll figure out the rest of this in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
I don't fucking know what. We'll figure it out.
My bad.
Ashley West and I will figure it out.
My
We
bad.
will talk.
A twin of Snaps with the scar on the other leg shows up.
A what?
I don't know. Just,
Wind
I
of
don't
snaps
know.
with the scar on the
Parallel-
other leg.
Twin.
Like
Oh
a
yeah, her
weird
twin
twin.
sister.
Parallel universe. Austin
Parallel.
level snaps. Multi kitty.
God almighty. All
The
right. Well, I'm
multi-
going to stop the recording. Good night, YouTube.
Good night, YouTube.
Night, YouTube.
Good night, YouTube.
Ah,
Jesus.
good night,
What the hell?
friends.